Test 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our work session. Our meeting's called to order. Well, if you would, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. First thing on our agenda is approval of the minutes from Thursday, March the 24th, and if there are no objections, we'll consider those approved. Any objection? Fine. Our minutes are approved.
And Madam Chair, we have public comment as well.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. All right, public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one speaker this morning. Connie Jackson will address OSD.
Welcome, Ms. Jackson. Good morning. Sorry, I almost cut you off.
That's okay. Excuse me if I sniffle during it. I seem to have caught a spring break cold. I appreciate my son and his teenage friends so much. First, I want to come, bearing, of course, good news that you guys have all heard, that we were able to pass the Teaks and Leaks reform bill that we are very excited about. I've been out in the schools, and the teachers and administrators are so excited that we've been able to begin the process of making Teaks and Leaks a much better option for our teachers and administrators. But it's just the first step. As always, the fight continues, and now we have to tackle the governor's Opportunity School District. And to that end, I will be bringing forth to the superintendent and to the school board, hopefully, and I've provided Denise with copies, a resolution to oppose the Opportunity School District. We are bringing it on behalf of the state and the county to all the school districts around the state to oppose the governor's plan to take over schools and turn them into government-ran schools, which we all know is always a bad option. We are all aware of what it takes to turn around schools, but without adequate funding and adequate resources that have been denied to us by the state, we're unable to do that. And without some of the other resources, such as parental involvement, which Mr. Morgan has been trying to address, we're unable to do that. And in no way, shape, or form has government control and takeover ever been effective in doing that. So we are going to be asking the board to hopefully take a look at the resolution and come out in favor of opposing, that sounds kind of weird, the governor's Opportunity School District and saying no to government takeover and yes to local control. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jackson. All right, moving on to our agenda. If it's okay with everyone for the SPLOST timeline, I see Mr. Wilson is with us, so we'll move that one up first, if that's okay with everyone, to save his time.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board. I'll go ahead and call John Adams up to introduce the presentation. But as everyone knows, we're in the process of creating the SPLOST 5 project list, and we needed to go ahead and get some information out to the public, get some information to the board, as many board members are going through this part of the process for the first time. So we wanted to get the information to everyone so that we can get this project started off correctly. So Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are full speed ahead on SPLOST planning, as well as implementation of a number of projects you'll hear about soon. Mr. Wilson, who of course brings a breadth of experience to this endeavor, has been instrumental in that planning. He gives us the benefit of his knowledge and experience, and both being experienced in Cobb as well as in other districts. So we're happy to have Mr. Wilson with us today. He's going to give you an overview of Cobb County SPLOST planning thus far, and also more detail on a timeline about what's to come. So, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, and fellow board members, as always, it is a great pleasure to be with you this morning. Madam Chair, if I may approach the board, I'd like to give everyone a copy, please. The PowerPoint, of course, is on the screen for ease of following, but I'm sure you'd like to have a copy for your records, as well as if you'd like to follow along with a handout as well. Mr. Parker and I are in partnership, and we work very closely together because this is a project that we believe so strongly in, and obviously with doing most everything in-house, it's real important, and we think we're well on our way with our planning and preparation for the next SPLOST program. So the next slide would tell you just very briefly what a SPLOST is, and of course, you as a veteran board are very comfortable and knowledgeable about SPLOST programs in Georgia. So basically, I'll just simply say with this slide that what SPLOST has done for us and everyone else across the state is allow us the opportunity to reduce our debt, or in our case, eliminate our debt, reduce our dependency, or in our case, eliminate bonds, and also look at immediate needs, but as well, long-term planning. Richard Royal, during his time as, in his tenure as a state representative, probably my golf game, sorry. Richard Royal, as during his tenure as state representative, was the lead person, or one of the lead persons, in making sure that in 1996 it was ratified as a part of the state constitution to allow SPLOST, our 1% sales tax, for capital programs for school districts across our state. It is very important, and you can see here it's been It has basically become one of the most innovative, effective, and ultimately inexpensive ways for schools to acquire funding. And as you can see, it's really important that in the passage of a SPLOST program, you follow a plan, and you obviously have one, and it's a very good one. A year ago, we presented to you a 10-year demographic study. Just a month or two ago, we gave you a yearly update at the direction of the superintendent. And then in August 24th, as you recall, during a work session with all of you, we looked at and very seriously took a very strong look at an in-depth review of classroom utilization for our county and looking at the long-term needs of our county as far as seats is concerned, housing of students and seats for students. At that time, you, within the next month or so, gave the approval to the administration to move forward with the planning of the next SPLOST. And that's what Mr. Parker and I have been doing with his team, and that is putting preparations together to present to you about the direction for the next SPLOST program. And this slide, the next slide, basically says a little bit of the same thing, and that is demographic study, classroom utilization, SPLOST planning, and making sure that we're doing the right things so you as a school district and you as a board and administration are going to be able to stand tall with communication, accountability, and making sure that there's justifications for what you do, and also that you have factual, accurate information to provide to your public. And we've been about the business of doing just that. One more time. Those two slides were a little bit different. Thanks. During the careful planning process, it is important that we don't lose our focus. You as a school district truly have the focus, and that focus is on students. So even though this is a capital building program, it is all about taking care of the needs of students. So we have a focus on students, we have a focus on academics, and ultimately what this allows you to do is to write your own true success story, as we have done over SPLOST 1, SPLOST 2, SPLOST 3, and SPLOST 4. There was a time when people thought we should stop using the number and do a continuation. But as we looked at that a little deeper, I remember during the very first SPLOST, when there were a lot of people in our community and others that said, you know, after we do this, we probably won't need another one. Obviously, that's just simply not true. So it does become a continuation, but it becomes very important for people to realize your needs will always be there. You have well over 100 facilities. You have well over 100,000 students. So you can't just consider the one SPLOST will take care of everything. So we're planning very carefully for the next opportunity. Mr. Parker is going to come up now as our partnership and give you a little bit of information on where we are with the particular categories, and then I'll end with the showing you of the timeline.
Thanks, James. First of all, let me say it's been a pleasure to work with Mr. Wilson in planning for SPLOST 5. He's a wealth of knowledge, very well-written and knowledgeable of past SPLOST, and has been just undeniably a great assist and help going forward. As he indicated, we meet weekly, and so we've been working on this together, and it's been a privilege. As Mr. Wilson just said, the next area is the categories that we have identified that the SPLOST likely will be divided into. Let me first start by saying that over the course of the last few weeks and months, we have been to every school, all 114 schools. Our staff has met with the principals in every school to get their needs and get their ideas and their thoughts on what is needed at their individual schools. So we visited every school. We have also visited every department head, all the cabinet members, to get their input on the areas of their expertise as to what they think would be needed in SPLOST 5. So I think we've done a fairly comprehensive job of trying to seek out input from all the appropriate parties going forward. And with that, we've developed these 5 categories that you see on the board here. Safety is going to play a significant role in this SPLOST 5. As you all know, that's paramount in our minds today. You can't do enough to protect our children, and that's certainly at the forefront of our minds as we go forward in development of the SPLOST. So the first category, again, is safety, security, and support improvements. The next category is something you're all familiar with, and that would be possibly new schools or replacement of some of the schools based upon the demographic study and the classroom utilization study that Mr. Wilson indicated with regard to growth and enrollment, as well as we've lumped land into that category because obviously we will likely need some land if we go forward with some of these new schools. Thirdly, is very important, and that's additions and modifications, and I will go forward with some of the areas in that area as well. Infrastructure and individual school needs, as we indicated, we met with all the schools, and that's the area that we would identify there. And then, of course, curriculum, instruction, and technology, all three, of course, vitally important to the school district in the learning environment for our children. Let me also indicate that we are in the process of receiving revenue forecasting. We have approached two who we consider experts in this area. We've asked Roger Tutoro, who is the professor of economics and director of the Economic Center at Kennesaw State University. And we've also asked Ken Hegney, who is the state fiscal economist with the Department of Economics and Fiscal Research Center at Georgia State University. So we have employed both of those gentlemen to help us with our forecast going forward. The next slide gives you a little bit more detail into the safety, security, and support improvements. As we indicated, this is vitally important as we go forward. It includes things such as access control into our schools, certainly security fencing, surveillance systems that we have in place today and that we would enhance, as well as communication radios for instant communication, upgrading our learning resources and modifying our facilities to align with these instructional needs, and then, of course, the logistics of the school district with the acquiring of buses and fleet vehicles and furniture and food service equipment and those types of things that we have to have logistically to operate our schools. The next slide are those areas that we talk about passionately about new and replacement facilities and land acquisition. These should meet our overcrowding concerns that we have with the demographic study and the classroom utilization study going forward. And then we will continue to forecast our land needs as we look at which schools will need to be either built or replaced. The next one, additions and modifications. These things include things such as additional classrooms at some of the existing schools, as well as one of the areas that we're looking at is athletic field turf replacement. As you all may know, those fields are approaching 10 and 12 years old, and that's usually the lifetime of those particular turf materials. So next is the infrastructure and individual school needs. This, again, we get a huge listing of needs from our maintenance group. James Carlson and his folks do a fine job of prioritizing all the various infrastructure needs with HVAC, roofing, electrical, plumbing, those types of things. And then we also look at our building code requirements, the Americans with Disability Act requirements, our parking lots, those kinds of infrastructures that are needed at that time. The last one is the most critical, perhaps, and that is our curriculum and instruction and technology group. In order for our school system to stay abreast of the latest and the greatest, these are things that certainly we will be pursuing. Mayor Elizabeth and her team is looking at a transition to Learning Commons that I know you all have been apprised of lately. We will continue in that direction, as well as creation of some robotic labs and things that are certainly paramount in today's educational facilities. Technology. Ms. Bacon certainly always has a list of needs with upgrading technology from computing devices to servers, et cetera. As you all well know, technology is ever changing, and we have an awesome technology capability here in the school district, and we want to make sure we maintain and stay ahead of that curve as best as we can. So certainly with those improvements, we should be able to do so. With that, I think James is going to come back up here and talk a little bit about the timeline.
A little bit of repeating myself, I guess. The classroom utilization study was presented to you in August of 2015 during one of your board work sessions. And so Between September, when you approved the administration to start moving forward with the planning of SPLOST, between September and February, we have been, as Mr. Parker said, communicating with the key stakeholders within your school district. And as you recall, last month, we gave you a yearly update on your demographics. And the report was very strong because it showed that we were fairly accurate with our beliefs and that you're going to continue to grow as a school district, especially in certain areas like the Smyrna South Cobb area. So now we're to the point where the information that Mr. Parker was sharing with you is in outline form, but we're putting definition behind each of those slides. So we'll make sure in the very upcoming months that we have information that really becomes a part of each of those categories. So much of it can be considered as a continuation, because as things wear out or things that you've become dependent on, Mr. Parker mentioned the turf. Roofs are another example. Roofs in your school district, in our school district, have a 20-year warranty, so every 20 years or so, that roof has to be replaced. So roofs that were installed in SPLOST 1, it is now time for consideration to be given that they be replaced. They've been there 20 years thanks to SPLOST 1, so that's why continuation of SPLOST programs becomes so important. We're reviewing this outline with you this morning and then moving forward with making sure that we have participation within our communities so we can have community conversations, moving to the F&T committee to continue to share with them our needs so they understand and they give their input, and they also talk to the schools at their willingness and also opportunity as they have time that provides them with that. The F&T committee actually is about to celebrate their 20th year. So in 1997, they were formed. They were formed to be an active overview of what we're doing in SPLOST and SPLOST preparation. So I would consider them an active participant, one that's been successful in making sure that we're staying on the right timeline and the right move for the good of our students. So between April and September, we want to make sure that community has had opportunity to review and discuss and let us get a better definition from them what we believe the needs to be, and then we'll better define each of those categories that Mr. Parker shared and presented with you. Because as we always understand and believe, our needs are always going to be greater than the available penny. So it's important that we look very carefully and that we prioritize our needs. And then obviously in September, we want to be in our final stages of our project list so you can consider, and as we go to the last slide, you'll see that we are looking at coming to you as a board and administration in October for a board agreement. And of course, we work closely with Marietta City Schools to move forward with a SPLOST 5. In November, we would like to have the notification to the election board, and then you can see that in March, we plan for a vote. Now, the importance of this is not that this is exactly the way it's going to happen and it's already set in stone, but it is very important that we have a plan and that we notify everyone and that this is a timeline that we can meet. And if you think about it, it's over a year that we're doing this planning, and I think that's very positive that we have the opportunity to really make sure that we've touched all of our bases and communicated with everyone who has a concern or an idea or a support issue that they would like to share with us. So that is, Madam Chair and board members and Mr. Superintendent, that is the timeline that we're presenting for your information this morning.
If I can too, just a couple other points. One, obviously, this is the first time we're announcing the anticipated timeline of when the actual vote would be and take place. But secondly, I just want to reiterate again that there is no other school district in the state of Georgia that is as transparent as Cobb County School District is when it comes to the SPLOST program. There is no other school district that has the extensive time and effort put into taking community input and then also making the SPLOST project list or SPLOST notebook available to the public. You will see other very large school districts, not mentioning any names, but you will find that their notebook or a project list consists of about 2 pages, and that's what they let the public know. So, and there's nothing wrong with that, if that's the route that they choose, but I think it just goes above and beyond to show how committed we are to making sure that the public has input and also has access to what we are planning and asking them to vote upon to fund for the school district over the next 5 years.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, anyone? Mr. Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. As it relates to the timeline and communication, two-part question, I guess. First is, now that communication is taking place with principals about their needs, what does that look like in terms of communicating it to the general public? I mean, is it a meeting where we just say, all right, how we do like the millage, you know what I mean? Just come in here, or will there be what will those efforts look like? The reason I ask that very quickly is because inevitably, it seems to be large throngs of people who say, I didn't know about it, I didn't know what was on the list, you know, things of that nature. So I just want to know what that might look like moving forward.
Well, certainly, the first step is to communicate with the board. And we have been working on that project list since the board gave us the authority to commence that operation. More than likely, in June, we will be coming back to the board with some specifics about projects that will be on the list. At that point in time, we will start making that project list available to the public via our webpage, just like we did with SPLOST 4. Each time we made a change to the draft project list or notebook, we made that accessible on the webpage, and we plan to do that as well through this iteration again. Now, we will also make available those communications to principals so that they can communicate, whether it be in a faculty meeting or whether it be at a PTA meeting, exactly what the project list is looking like, and in particular, what the project list looks like for their particular school. Because I think that's very important to communicate exactly what each school is getting out of SPLOST and why it's important as a funding mechanism to our school district. Because, and again, I always say this, and I'll continue to say this, regardless of what percentage of the SPLOST revenue it is, because that's always kind of been, for some reason, a debatable topic. But regardless of what percentage it is, some percentage of SPLOST revenue comes from non-Cobb County residents, i.e. non-property owners. So when you have a SPLOST program in place, the funding is not 100% on the shoulders of property owners, whether it be through taxes or through bonds and those kind of things. A consumption tax like SPLOST for Cobb benefits us and benefits the citizens of Cobb because it's not 100% on the property owner. So it's very important, to your point, Mr. Morgan, about getting the communication accurate and getting it out and abundant, all that we can. And so that's a very good point, and we plan to make the draft project list available on the webpage as soon as we present them to the board. So after, assuming that we're able to bring it in June, we will make that accessible to the public.
Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Superintendent, when we've talked to the new school, or to the schools about these things, but when we talk about new schools potentially, or land purchase, will that be identified where they are, or will that be just like a location?
That's a very good question. We will not be identifying the exact location in the notebook of where new schools will be. It will be in the general location, because obviously we won't have the land purchased at that point in time. But we can certainly talk about, whether, it's going to be in this general area, if it's going to be in East Cobb, West Cobb, North Cobb, South Cobb, et cetera. We'll be able to identify that, and we will identify that. And I know you're referring to the two replacement schools we had in SPLOST 4 that were not identified up front. I think we all learned a lesson from that exercise. Anyway, I did. So we are going to identify the location of schools. Again, and I can't speak to this now because we're not concrete and solidified on the project list yet. But because our district is now back into the growth model, we're not in the business of building replacement schools. We don't have the luxury to say, okay, our growth is kind of leveled off and we need to start addressing our older schools and be able to rebuild those and replace them. Unfortunately, we're having to plan for the future, and that's why the demographic study is so important to update on an annual basis, because that's the data that we're using to plan for future growth. A perfect example of that is King Springs. Had we, I mean, you know, hindsight is always 20/20, but had we have updated the demographic study annually before, we could have been better prepared to address or just be prepared for the growth that was going to occur at King Springs. Fortunately, we were able to get Teasley built and enhanced to hold the growth that they were going to experience, and then get them out of Brown, which Brown was made available because we built Smyrna. And then we closed Brown and Skyview. So thankfully, we've got the facility at Brown that we were able to utilize for King Springs, because King Springs is landlocked. There was no available places to put portable units. And, you know, again, speaking to the importance of updating the demographic study on an annual basis, that allows us to best prepare, because once the SPLOST is passed, as you all know, and really for the benefit of the viewers in the community, it's set in stone. There is no modifying the notebook after it's been passed. So if a project's not in the notebook, we can't do it. And there's no modifications, additions, or renovations, or additions rather, for King Springs. So that's why it's so important for us to identify, back to your question, Mr. Wheeler. We will be identifying where the new schools are going to be built. We just won't have the exact location, because obviously we will not have purchased the land. That will probably be a pretty early event. And again, it's not set in stone, but I'm assuming that we're going to try to find land very quickly, because obviously that's the most important piece when building or relocating a school. So in that regard, we will be identifying in general where the schools will be, but just not named.
Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a few questions on the safety aspects of our elementary schools. In your deliberations, have y'all looked at the safety environment of the entrances to the schools? Because right now, many of them are wide open as far as when you enter into the actual school. And if somebody in the office doesn't see them, they can just wander into the school and nobody will know they're there. How are you addressing that in our elementary schools?
Well, we're addressing that in the elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, because we believe, and that's the reason in the PowerPoint that we just shared with you, that safety was the very first item, because we believe that should be a real strong focus on this particular SPLOST. Because of the climate that we're in, and just like what you said, the need to make sure that students, faculty, and members who are supporting the school during the school day operate in a safe environment. So we're researching all of that now and working with campus police and whatnot to make sure that what we do install or what we do recommend is what is needed and also will not be outdated by the time we get it in. So we're really doing a strong research on all of that to make sure what the recommendations are and what's included in SPLOST is appropriate for the elementary schools especially, but also middle and high.
Okay.
If I could chime in? And rather than crowd the board and have three people up there look like Mo, Larry, and Curly. I guess that makes me curly.
And who are you? Who are you?
Let me brag on Officer Bradford right here with us now. Officer Bradford has recently conducted a series of what will soon be 2 district-only, employee-only meetings on active shooter training, and then he's participated also in what will soon be 5 joint trainings with the Cobb County Police Department. Officer Bradford, who is, he won't brag on himself, but he is a 20-year veteran of the Army and was a retired lieutenant colonel in the Special Forces. And then prior to that, 20 years with Cobb County Police Department, whereas he was their expert in emergency planning. He is our de facto emergency planning expert, and he's been tasked with not only reviewing all the central office divisions in safety and security, but also with and with people he's trained, looking at each school specifically at their layout to see what we can do to improve safety and security. We're looking at some items like potentially rekeying every lock in the district to make it easier and faster to lock doors if we need to. We're looking at potentially installing some bullet-resistant laminates at elementary schools to make their entrances a little more secure, some safety and security improvements. Obviously, we always have to balance safety and efficiency and operations of the school, but nothing's more important than keeping our students and staff safe.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, you, or Mr. Parker, alluded to the replacement of artificial turf. And my understanding is the turf that we put in SPLOST 4 was ranked maybe as good, but evidently there's different grades of artificial turf. Are we going to put in the top grades in our replacements? Has that been discussed or considered?
Well, I can, from experience, quite a bit of experience actually, of installation of artificial turfs throughout the state, I can tell you that when Cobb County School District did this some 10-plus years ago, you were somewhat of the leader in that process. The way it was installed, the product that you used, and most every district surrounding you now is following your lead. But in addition to that, just like any other product, as it gets some age on it and some experience, the product gets a little better. And so this product is now improved. Most high schools in the state are using a very high grade now of turf that's been very well defined and very well researched. So the RFP or the RFQ that goes out from this district, just like it did some years ago, will have the top type of turf that should be on any high school in this state.
Okay, so when we do our estimates, that will be, we will consider using top grade turf in our replacements.
And I can tell you that has truly become an industry standard because every school district surrounding you is either in the process of doing it tomorrow or 6 months from now. So they're looking at what you've done, they're looking at your RFP, they're actually borrowing your RFP and making sure that they do it correctly. And there's a very high standard of turf now. I communicate with 2 or 3 of those companies pretty regularly.
Okay. Now, in SPLOST 4, we had an estimate of $717 million for Cobb County as far as revenue is concerned. And currently, right now, because of the economy, we're stating we're $45 million short of that number. Are estimated to be $45 million short of that number. However, the reason that number is so low is because of the car fee, which was about $12 million a year. So that in 5 years, that's $60 million. So we would actually be $15 million over our $717 million if the car fee and sales tax situation had not changed. Now, we could not actually receive that $15 million because we had a limitation of $717 million. So we would lose out on $15 million, if my numbers hold true. In your estimates, are you going to look at maybe increasing that number, maybe a little over the projection so that we don't run into that situation where we actually collect the money before we actually end the taxing period?
Well, I can tell you from experience, of course, and in the past, and what this district does and has done in SPLOST 3 and SPLOST 4 is utilized outside resources to predict the revenue. And Mr. Parker said that in his presentation. At this time, we're using actually two. We're using the state economist from Georgia and Georgia State, and we're using a state economist from Kennesaw State University. Both of those people are very dedicated to us, or both of those organizations are very dedicated to us, and have worked with Cobb County School Districts before. The issue of any type of planning like this is you are trying to predict all the way through 2022, 2023. They are the state economists. They're the #1 economists for the state of Georgia. But I don't think even with their strength, they have the capability of truly predicting. So it becomes a very educated estimate. We are educating ourselves by using both of these organizations. So we will use that data to put the dollar figure in the book. But it is a very educated estimate.
Another option too, or another item is the injection of new revenue from the Braves. We still do not know what that's going to look like. The Braves are going to share some information with us as far as the data that can help us with that. But looking forward, one concept that we're going to utilize is a two-tiered project list, if you will. So when we have the project list, we're going to have Tier 1 projects, which is going to equate to the dollar amount that's listed. Tier 2 projects will be if additional revenue is collected. This is the same concept that the county uses for their SPLOST. So we're going to adopt that same routine. And we did that routine, I believe in SPLOST 1, if memory serves me correct. But the terminology used at that point in time was above the line and below the line. And of course, the line is the amount of revenue that's collected.
Okay, so are we going to have actually two revenue numbers or just one?
No, we'll have one revenue number, but if that revenue number goes up throughout the course of the 5 years, then we'll be able to adjust the project list accordingly.
Yeah, but you can't, if I understand correctly, legally, you cannot collect whatever you put in the resolution as far as the estimated dollar amount. Am I right, Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Banks, do you mean collect more than what you have in the resolution?
Yes, it stops at that number.
That is true. That is true.
So if you're if you're in your 4th year and you've collected that amount of money, that's the end of it.
That's true, and that's I think one of the reasons why the district and the team look at the economic forecasts to make sure they're being astute about selecting the number there.
Right, and that's why I'm concerned about, don't shortchange ourselves by coming in with a number that's lower than what may possibly
Right,
be.
that's a good point, and I can assure you that there's a lot of attention that's always paid to that during the planning process.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Scammahorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have 2 questions, 14 parts on each question, though. No, I'm just kidding. Real quick, and I'd mentioned this a couple years ago and maybe even last year, just in a casual conversation. Would it be an advantage from a budget standpoint to try to program our stadium field replacement cost? In other words, instead of trying to do all 16 every 10 years, can we not accelerate a couple, repair some, and start, just like we do our roofs, our buses, and start moving them away from each other, where we're doing maybe, I don't know, 4 each cycle or something like that?
I'm not sure who you would pick to go first and who you would pick to go third, but I will tell you that because of the popularity of artificial turf installation, most companies that you would want to work with as a district probably couldn't do more than 4 for your district in a given year. The popularity of this, they are spread very thin all over the state. People are really following your lead and a couple of other school districts now, and this is just the way they're going. And I'm talking really about school districts that are very close to you, that are approving at their next board meeting what you did 10 years ago. Because of that, these companies really would struggle if all of a sudden this summer they had to put on 17. So it kind of out of default does what you're suggesting.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting trying to do it over a 5-year period, but maybe over a 15-year period where, you know, nobody's seeing much of a extension or change, and repairs are very, very well done, you know, I mean, other than maybe a little mismatching of color, there's really no deterioration. And case in point, Lake Point up here with the baseball, all of them's AstroTurf, or artificial turf. And they have it where, you know, the wear areas, they can replace, and not the whole field, you know, the outfield and everything's AstroTurf. It's just a point in passing. My second question is, since the timeline is just a planning note right now, what would be the difficulty in accelerating the timeline and having a vote in November instead of 4 months later in March?
I'm not sure that's a question that I'm prepared to answer.
Yeah, that would prohibit us from having enough time to make sure that we had the project list appropriately identified, and then it's required, if you'll notice in the timeline there, we're asking that the board consider the vote on the referendum in October. That's required so that we can have enough time to deal with Board of Elections to get everything to them so that we can actually have the election in March. So we've tried to give ourselves as much runway as possible, because if you remember, SPLOST 4, that was kind of a point of contention, if you will, about how quickly we had to come up with the list, and through the projects that are being implemented as we speak, to some degree, you know, we're off on budgets, we're off on forecast and estimation because the window was pretty short. So we want to give ourselves as much time as we can, you know, a year to create the notebook, because if you remember, we asked for approval to start that process from the board. So giving us as much time to create that project list to make sure, because again, this is not a pie in the sky wishes and wants. This is trying to fit and prioritize our needs into the project list, because we have far more needs than we do even at the best estimation, best case scenario forecast for the 5-year SPLOST.
And Mr. Scammerhorn, if I could add one quick point, and I asked Denise to pull this slide back up because your superintendent spoke earlier about the length and the accountability piece that this district does by reputation and over its years. The real key in developing a very successful SPLOST program is doing exactly what you're doing. The demographics, the classroom utilization, the planning, the communication, making sure that there's justification for what you do. So given the opportunity to plan for a year plus is really a positive.
And get with the superintendent and have the conversation further. One of the things that I hear very frequently over the past several SPLOSTs is that why can't we look at trying to do it during a general election where we can have more support? But if we can't do that, then I'd like to go on record and say that we really need to keep our public informed and educated, so that not with just one or two things, and maybe not with just a website, but maybe something in the paper or something online on whatever. I don't want to say Facebook or whatever, but But one of the complaints I hear frequently from those that are active in community and in politically is that we don't do it when there's a lot of people that vote, that want to vote, and that they don't understand what they're voting for. So I'll leave it at that and we'll carry on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, are there any other comments? Again, thank you, Mr. Parker, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Adams for that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you on this. All right, we'll get back to our agenda then and go back to item number 4. Mr. Ragsdale, I believe you want to talk with us about parental involvement proposal update.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, members of the board. We've been discussing this for quite some time now, and I know Dr. Rivera has worked on this very closely. And what we have found is working through this is that we need to make sure that we have the input of all stakeholders, both teachers and administrators, and that we also have some type of process of checks and balances in place. So that being said, Executive Cabinet, we've had multiple discussions and also still having discussions with principals about the best way that we can improve and enhance parental involvement, because it is very important. And as a matter of fact, we have taken some of the verbiage of what I'm about to pass out from one of the belief statements that was created, I think, in 2012 is when those were created. So what I have done is taken the liberty to modify an already existing policy. By modify, I've had Executive Cabinet as well as Mr. York work with language that would help us to address this. Because as you know, the board through policy basically governs the district. As I hand this out, we already had an existing policy of LEBA, and it was parental involvement in education. And as you get the document, what you will see is that this policy basically dealt with the legal requirements upon the district and the schools pertaining to Title I as it related to ESEA, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Because there are specific parameters surrounding and governing Title I schools. So what I have done is we've all worked on this, is added the first paragraph there that you see in green. The Cobb County Board of Education believes family and community engagement is critical to student and district success. That's actually taken from the belief statement that's on our webpage. Through each respective school strategic plan, all schools shall establish programs and practices that enhance parental involvement and reflect the needs of the students and their families. What this does, every school has what many of us remember as a school improvement plan. I found myself difficult to say school strategic plan because I have SIP in my verbiage. But the school strategic plan is developed from the school with input from the teachers, from the staff, from the administrators, and then goes through an approval process through the level assistant superintendents, and then ultimately through Dr. Rivera as the Chief Leadership Learning Officer. So there are checks and balances, and there are paths for input from all stakeholders. So this would be what I present to the board. This is not like for a voting action, but I would ask the board to consider this modification in policy, because this does allow us to customize, if you will, because obviously each school is different. And the school knows their community and knows their parents, knows their students, and would be able to come up with a method of enhancing that parental involvement. So if the board would be in agreement with entertaining this as a policy modification, then it could become a voting item for the night meeting, because it would have to sit on the table because it is a policy modification until the night meeting. But that's what I would present to the board as you know, the board obviously has had many discussions about this and obviously sees the importance of parental involvement, parental engagement throughout the district. So that's, Madam Chair, that would be my update and kind of where we are as far as everybody putting their heads together to see how we can best address this.
So if I'm understanding then, this takes the obvious knowledge that parental involvement is greatly needed in each one of our schools, and it takes it away from, we've talked about Pebblebrook, but it really, this says every school then would have a strategic plan that addresses their particular community needs for increasing parental involvement in the school as needed. Is
That's correct. Every school already has a strategic plan.
Right.
But this policy would then say that every strategic plan would have a component in it that addresses the enhancing of parental involvement. So then the school, the principal, the system principal, administrators, and the teachers and staff would then be able to have input into what goes into that strategic plan and then be approved up the chain.
And this follows our constraints as a board because we deal with policy only. So that gets back to the right perspective from the board then that we can implement a policy that would address this and ensure that every school in the district has this. Would we consider having some kind of measurable component to this so that they can measure the success of their plan?
Absolutely. And that component obviously would need to be customized for each school,
Each
just
school.
like the plan would be customized for each school. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Discussion? Mr. Banks?
Address this to the superintendent. The superintendent is asking the board to present a motion to adopt this change to the LEBA policy.
I think I'm going to have to ask Clem if that's we've not had a policy modification except for conforming changes in a long time. So is that, Clem, what we would be asking?
Yeah, in a technical sense, we have placed this on the agenda, so it could be ripe for a vote. Typically, you would push this to the night meeting for a vote.
I'm talking about not the vote, but to actually put it on the agenda as a motion.
Yes, we'd be making a motion. Is this correct?
Yeah,
Mr. Jones?
typically you would do that.
Make a motion to put it on the
Yes.
agenda for the next.
Yes, thank you.
So-
Thank you for that
My
clarification.
question would be if does Mr. Morgan, would he entertain making the motion?
To answer your question, yeah, I would entertain that. I would like to have more discussion right now about this, but certainly I would most definitely consider entertaining it, Mr. Banks.
And let me just get a clarification on parliamentary procedure. Do we need, or if we're making a motion, do we get a motion in a second and then discuss, or do we discuss and then make a motion?
Since we're in the context of board business in the work session, I think you can have full discussion and then kind
And then-
of bring it to a point towards the
Okay.
end.
Okay, thank you. All right, so other discussion. Mr. Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for bringing this potential policy change. Is it change or additional, whatever it might be? Sometimes I admit I'm a self-admitted educational policy wonk. So I want to preface that. One of the journals that I consistently read, it's called Education Next. Read an article, Mr. Superintendent, last night. And they were talking about Washington State. Washington State Do you know, if I might, Madam Chair, Mr. Scammahorn, what was politically controversial in the year 1889 in Washington State? Any idea?
Madam Chairman,
By all means, Mr. Scammahorn.
1898.
No, 1889.
1889. It's probably to see if they wanted to go to public schools or public school choice.
Okay. Close. What was the word I want you to focus on is controversial. Was the creation of high schools. Yeah. People were right here. The just in case you think I'm lying, it's the spring 2016 edition of Education Next. 1880. They said they wouldn't fund high schools. And that happened in 1889. And a critic said this, an oversurplus of young men and women with no knowledge of labor, leaving thousands to become lightning rod agents, coin doctors, book canvassers, and corset peddlers. That's what would happen if you created high schools. That's what it says. I'm just reading what it says out the book. It took the state legislature, don't miss this part, when they finally decide to make it constitutional to fund high schools, 1897. So from 1889 to 1897, people were scared to create high schools. And to me, that's a microcosm of how sometimes I think we, and I'm including myself, we move at too leisurely of a pace when it comes to correcting or fixing what we need to fix in education. I say all of that to ask, what, if I might, Madam Chair, would stop a principal at a school in a strategic plan for saying, hey, I put something in the strategic plan. It's supposed to enhance it. It doesn't have teeth or accountability to get the people that we need to get engaged, but it feels good, it looks good because we got a board policy, y'all. What under the potential terms and conditions of this would prevent that from happening? Because to me, what I am just like, excuse the jargon, sick and tired of are the parents who need to be involved not being involved. And in my mind, us aiding and abetting that from happening. How are we going to make sure that there's enough, whether there are incentives or whatever the case might be, that we are actually attaining what needs to be attained in these respective schools, and that there is oomph behind the actual execution of this policy? How are we going to accomplish that?
All right, Mr. Superintendent, I think you want to address that?
Well, certainly, I'm not saying that this policy modification is we've created is perfect, but I think what we have discussed is that there are checks and balances in it. So let's just say, for example, the board says, yes, this policy is what we want to do. We do believe that parent involvement and engagement is critical to the success of every student and the district. If the board passes said policy, then that's up to me to implement the policy. And the way that we would implement the policy is through the school strategic plan. And then the school strategic plan is then run up through the ranks for approval, through the level assistants, and then ultimately through the chief leadership learning officer. And that would be the charge, is to make sure that we are doing. Now, granted, this is not going to be a turn on a dime kind of deal, but what is good for Pebblebrook, and then what is good for North Cobb, schools on the opposite ends of the county, probably is going to look different. But there could be some components to one or the other or both that could be good for the other school. So that then becomes the level assistance charge to work with their respective principals that know the communities from which the students come from, and then make sure that we are moving in the right direction, because ultimately we do want to improve and enhance and increase parental involvement for every student, because there's plenty of research that shows that when the parents are engaged, the student receives a better education. Ultimately, we would want the parents to be engaged, not only in the school, but more importantly at home, helping and interacting with their students, with homework assignments, with research assignments, with the interaction between parent and child at home, so that when they come to school, they're better prepared, and they have that interaction at home through parental involvement and engagement, and then also through community involvement and engagement that's going to ultimately increase the teaching and learning that we're responsible for each and every day.
Mr. Wheeler had his hand up. Oh, Mr.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Did you see another hand? Mr. Scamahorn, were you next? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could help, not that he needs it, but the superintendent, and somebody else can, but rules are made, our district rules are made from our policies. Is that correct? Okay. So basically, as a board, we set the policy that gives you the flexibility as superintendent in order to write and enact the rules needed to carry out that policy. Am I correct on that? Okay. So, and then basically that's what you said. So that's where I would come down on it. Do we need to wordsmith the policy? And I'm not saying we do. I've just now read it. But it looks like it's a good start to make sure that the rules are then written from the policy to make sure. And what comes to mind on this, Mr. Morgan, you might want to expand on it, but our school uniform rules. You know, some schools deem that it's necessary to have uniforms and others don't. So I don't know if I think that's a good comparison, but you can differ if you like.
But
Anyway.
it would be different. Right now, we're discussing this policy.
Yes,
So,
but-
not uniform. So just to keep us focused on something.
Okay, Madam Chair, I was just trying to make a comparison, but your comment's well taken. Mr. Morgan's concern, as I understood it, was, is this got enough teeth in it to go ahead and do what we're looking for it to do? And I believe it will have if we wordsmith it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Scamahorn. Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess my question is for Mr. Ragsdale. Are school councils involved in the strategic plan?
Yes, they are.
That would get community input into this.
Mr. Morgan.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And I most definitely commend the superintendent and his staff for, potentially bringing something forward for the board to consider. So I don't want to be misconstrued in that way. Let me give an example, a real life example. My daughter's a third grader. She's probably taking the milestones right now. But they have this reader program where if you read a certain amount of books, they give you a little free Pizza Hut, the little Pizza Hut personal pan pizza, right? Sounds great, doesn't it? My daughter could care less. I find them all in her book bag, and she don't care. She reads it, but then the point that I'm making is that it is just let me just be honest about it. It is my sincere fear that this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. We're going to have a strategic plan. We're going to have respective ones, the different schools. It's important. And the same cast of characters, let me speak at the schools that I represent, the same cast of characters who are engaged at Pebblebrook and South Cobb, going to be the same cast of characters after this. And the ones who need to be there, still not going to be there because there is not enough of a push. There's not enough of something that matters to change behavior. And the question I have is this. When we have our strategic plans with all the different, I guess it has all the different content areas and things of that nature, the way it currently works, I would assume is a principal takes that, they give it to the area soup. Area soup, I guess, along with Grant, they look at it, it's approved, and they move forward on the strategic plan. Is that pretty much how it works?
Grant, you want to speak to the process of the strategic plan and the approval and presentations and such?
Yeah, we work collaboratively with multiple divisions here in the central office, specifically assessment and accountability. Those plans will be developed at the local school with input, as we mentioned, from PTA, PTSA, school council, and other community stakeholders. Those that are developed collaboratively over the course of the summer and the year, submitted to the assistant superintendent for approval. We review those again collaboratively here at the central office across multiple divisions. And then we meet with schools throughout the year to make sure they're executing on those plans and we're achieving desired data points and achievement targets.
Okay, okay. So, Madam Chair, if I might address Dr. Rivera's question. Let's just say, worst case scenario, collaboratively done in a content area math. Principal said, or the plan came out, principal said, hey, I'm gonna get 75, 3 out of every 4 kids. Let's say it comes in at well below that. I guess what the question that I'm asking is, what we have to be okay with, guys, is whether it's incentives or accountability or whatever you want to call it, does those strategic plans, how much does it really matter? Like, is it something, will they be able to shush off the parent part of it and say, you know what, I'll just do this and I'm still fine, I still can do what I need to do? What will the reality be if parental engagement is now in the strategic plan? How much will that impact the purview and the appetite of principals to actually craft a plan that's really expanding and bringing people into the fold, as opposed to par for the course, which is, well, this is all who showed up, and I guess that's the best we can do. What would those realities be?
So, if I may, there's a lot of things that happen on a day-to-day basis in a school. What we do as a district, and certainly through the superintendent of the board, is we identify priorities that matter most in a school. Whether that's reading on grade level, whether that's performing at math on grade level, or whether that's family engagement, we identify those priorities, and through our department specifically, we hold leaders accountable for not only linking those priorities to actually student achievement data and community dynamics and family dynamics, but we also hold them accountable for having a plan that we believe can be executed appropriately. Then throughout the year, we have ongoing meetings, from in a principal's office to in a data team with teachers to different community events. We hold them accountable to make sure that we are executing on that strategic plan. So I acknowledge your point that sometimes things we put on paper aren't worth the paper they're printed on. What I'll say to you is that we identify those priorities at the directive of the board, the superintendent, and certainly me, and we make sure we're executing on those. So to me, I would put family engagement as a priority right next to reading on grade level to say, we've got to make sure that we have a plan in place, that we're executing that plan. There are ongoing conversations and checkpoints throughout the year to make sure we are progressing as everyone said we should. It really boils down to a very simple concept. What are our priorities? What do we identify as success? And are we getting closer each and every day to meeting that standard of success? So we talk about student success. This is a conversation around family engagement and family success. So those are the priorities that we have, and those are the ongoing conversations that happen almost every single day, both in this central office and at the local school.
Let me also add to that certainly this family engagement is one component. Okay, so when we're talking about the major focus of having students read on grade level, and having them perform math on grade level, we've put into place measures so that we can know that data, we can see that data, and we can take the data and make decisions based on it. We also have to acknowledge that whatever components we have, they are in and of themselves one component. So if it's determined that, for example, the ROI of a school is how the academic performance is improving, okay? So if the academic performance is improving at the same rate after we inject one or more components, and you never want to change more than one thing at a time because then you don't know which either negatively or positively impacted the outcome. But if you change a component and then performance either stays the same or goes down, well, then that component obviously needs to not be a top priority because whatever was done has negatively impacted the trend of academic performance, which is what we're about. So, and my point in saying that is that as we look at all the components, like Grant said, what a school does on a day-to-day basis, then we have to make sure that the academic performance of students is the goal. So the priorities need to shift and be very dynamic as the school year progresses. So if a school has in place a program that is producing tremendous results, that is contributing to the overall outcome of increasing academic performance. If something is not contributing, then it doesn't need to become the top priority to fix that one component. The top priority still has to be the outcome of increasing academic performance for all the students at that school. I hope that makes sense.
Well, I also think that we don't need to, and I don't think any of us intend to be critical of the way a principal's running a school. I mean, if something is seen as a need, they're not looking for boxes to check off. They're looking for things that are going to make a difference in their school. And if they truly see this as something that'll make a difference, I think they're going to jump on it. I think many of them already have jumped on it. I think this gives them the latitude to do some things that more creatively to address some of the issues that you're talking about, Mr. Morgan. So I think that they will be glad to look at this. Yes, it will look different, and some schools already have more parental involvement than anyone could really imagine, and they're certainly lucky in that. Others need it more critically, and I was in a school yesterday. We were talking about things that bringing more parents into the school building and things, and also fighting against different cultures that don't perceive that they should have a role in the day-to-day school. So trying to make inroads there. So I think it's on all of their minds. I think we have to remember our responsibility is to make policy, not to run the day-to-day. So, and that's what I think this gets us in the right direction for. Mr. Doyle, you also had something to add?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, if it's appropriate, add another piece into this, which is under the category of effectiveness and accountability and expressing what the board is finding important, and that is the superintendent evaluation process, which is always ongoing. We're always in a phase of the board looking at goals, and the superintendent is taking goals to the cabinet and asking the cabinet to implement those, and that rolls all the way into the schools very quickly. And then also evaluating, well, how good a job is the school district doing in these areas of student success, and all the components of that. So I just wanted to add that piece into this conversation, in terms of how the board can effectively demonstrate, here's what's important to us. And I don't know if, in terms of effectiveness, because I'm hearing what Mr. Morgan is saying, we could even add in a phrase to recognize that somewhere in this policy, that it's not just, well, yes, they have this as part of their student strategic plan. I'm the same way with the student improvement plan. Just so that it is showing that the board is looking at these being effective, and I'm quite certain that the administration is also looking at these things being effective. So those are just some thoughts, Madam Superintendent.
And thank you for reminding us of the chain of command. We hold the superintendent accountable, who holds the cabinet accountable, who holds principals accountable. So, other comments? Mr. Chastain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given this a lot of thought as we've started discussing this, some months ago, if we were working on a piece of legislation, the first thing we would do is we would have to write definitions. When we say this in this law, this is what we mean. We don't do that with this board policy, and I'm not trying to create more work for anybody, but when you take a phrase like parental involvement, and every one of us in the room probably has a different definition. When I read this policy, and let me just say, there's some, I've got one elementary school that has lots of gardens. There's one couple that kind of helps manage the gardens, and thank goodness they have a child who will be in the elementary school for another 3 or 4 years. But when that child leaves, they're probably going to go too, but they're more involved in this one aspect than they probably are in some other things, whereas other parents can't do it. Anyway, all that's to say is that the policymakers have an idea of what parental involvement means. The parents probably have an idea of what parental involvement means. They have their definition they live with. And then I know that we've got the outliers. So what I envision this policy doing is for a principal and staff to sit down, and the question they would ask is, what does parental involvement mean in our school? Because the teachers at the classroom level, the APs and the principal, they have a feel. And it may be that just by asking the question and then coming up with putting it in the strategic plan, it makes them more aware. And then, to me, the next question should be at the local level, and again, this is just thinking about how this would work, is then if we have parents who aren't involved, who's reaching out to them and asking, why aren't you, or what? Because the parent may think, I'm doing fine. I'm not bothering the teacher. I'm not a helicopter parent. I'm not showing up, in the middle of the day with something, and, my kid's doing okay. I'm involved enough. So that's how I envision this. So I think it ought to be on I guess we're putting this on the discussion agenda, is that we're talking about, and that the way it's written, I would trust the principals and the staff. And it's one of those things, we give it a shot, we try it, we monitor it, right? And then we see how it works, and then in a significant amount of time, I guess in 2 or 3 years, you evaluate the policy again. Does that, anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My sense is that, and with the specific plans at schools, some of them already incorporate these aspects, correct? And I'd say that's probably largely something. And, to Mr. Morgan's point is, trying to bring forward, more substantive things and, bring them. I think it's up to the individual school. What I don't think this Board of Education can do is, we're prohibited by law from micromanaging aspects of particular schools. And, what we can't do is we can't say, okay, the board is telling the superintendent to do something at one particular school. Okay, we can't do that, all right? I think handling this, and I mentioned this when we started these discussions, was really handling this through a board policy. And I think it's incumbent upon individual schools to determine what parental involvement looks like. And, candidly, I think it allows them to customize what that involvement looks like at each of the individual schools as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion? Mr. Morgan?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be my last comment. Had the pleasure of meeting with Dr. Rivera, Mr. Joshua, the principal at Pebblebrook, and Mr. Daniel, the area superintendent. And the principal communicated to us, to your point, I think you made a very good point, Mr. Chastain. I think there's been a lot of good points made, as a matter of fact. So, the question that was posed to him was, what's the pressure point for parent involvement and engagement at this school? He gave us one event in 9th grade, one event in 10th grade, one 11th, one as a senior. He said, if I had to get the parents up here or get them involved, each grade level, these are the things that would be most important. He outlined those things. So through policy, if this is something that passes, I know my eye was going to be on, okay, what is in the strategic plan for Pebblebrook and South Cobb? And what was the manifestation of it? If this is what he or she said was important, what quantifiable, qualitative evidence, or as teachers say, artifacts are there to prove that this is actually making an impressionable imprint on what we want to accomplish. And to your point, Mr. Chastain, if I have the privilege of still serving, but what will be unacceptable will be these strategic plans coming and people writing something on paper, to your point, Dr. Rivera, and saying, hey, what does this mean? Did we measure it? Is it effective? Are we holding people accountable? As long as this potential policy gets us to that point of expanding who needs to be in our schools and involved, then I think it will be a win. And if that happens, I think we'll all be better for it. And finally, I want to say again, thank you, Mr. Superintendent, and you said your executive cabinet for bringing something forward for us to consider and parse and figure out what might be best. And I yield at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there interest in putting this on the agenda for a vote? Mr. Scamhorn?
Mr. Morgan, if I may, Madam Chair, I have no problem making a recommendation unless Mr. Morgan wanted to. Do
you want to make that,
wanna
Mr.
yield?
Morgan?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Brother Randy. I would like to make the motion, Madam Chair, that we put LIBA, E-L-B-A, parent involvement in education, on when this going to be discussion? Yeah, discussion agenda for, I would assume talking about our night meeting? Yeah. For our night meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Scamahorn seconds. All those in favor? Okay. All right. Thank you. It will be an item on the agenda. Okay, next, Mr. Superintendent, we go back to your report.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm going to ask Mr. Adams to come and bring us an update on the hiring process, more specifically on the outcomes of the 2 job fairs that we've had. As obviously one of our priorities is to make Cobb the best place to teach, lead, and learn. And the hiring process is the first domino in that. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, sir. I'm back again. In this case, you're seeing me in my capacity as the district's Chief Human Resources Officer. Shortly thereafter, you'll see me at some length in my capacity as the district's Chief Operations Officer. When you're in charge of HR for a district, sometimes you have to wear the good guy hat, sometimes you wear the bad guy hat. In this case, this is the good guy hat, and I have good news for you. I'm pleased to give you a Human Resources hiring update. I want to have one slide and one slide only, so this will not be death by PowerPoint. So Denise, if you'll hit our one and only slide. I want to take just about 10 minutes to give you a quick update of where we are and from whence we have come. There was a time not too long ago when the district did not have any kind of strategic or even tactical recruiting effort. There is nothing other than ensuring or maximizing the safety of our students and staff. Other than that, there's nothing more important than hiring and retaining the best possible talent for the district, especially in the classroom. Our classroom teachers are at the tip of the spear in maximizing student success and in keeping our kids safe. There's nothing more important that we do. So it was a little bit of a surprise to me when I came back to the district to find that we no longer had a recruiting effort. We didn't have a recruiter. We didn't have a recruiting budget. We weren't visiting schools. And frankly, in this day and age, that's not something that a district our size should be doing, or in that case, not doing. So we very quickly revamped and reinstated those efforts. One of the first things that we did was accelerate the contract timeline. Last school year, we were the second district in the state to give out contracts, second only to my friends in Henry County. I joked at the time that this year, if I had to attach contracts to Valentine's cards, it would be the first district to give out contracts. We actually exceeded that goal, gave out contracts on February 10th. To my knowledge, that is the soonest that any district in the history of the state of Georgia has ever given out contracts. That's allowed us to accelerate our entire process, because you've got to figure out your allotments, then give out contracts, then see 10-day waiting period, see who's coming back, then you see where your vacancies are, then you can hire. So those things have to fall into place. We started that hiring process itself on March 27th, kicked it off with our 2 hiring fairs, which I'll talk about momentarily. Since March 27th, we've already hired 250 teachers since that time. Let me restate that. We've hired 250 teachers before most districts have given out contracts. That allows us to hire first and hire best. So we're hiring people. There will be districts that give out contracts last that will literally be hiring teachers that couldn't get a job anywhere else. We're doing the reverse in Cobb. We want to get the cream of the crop. So that's allowed us to do that. We are at today's paces, on a peak day, we're hiring up to 75 people a day in HR. HR is hitting on all 8 cylinders across the street. We anticipate that we'll hire about 750 teachers by the beginning of the school year. Roughly 100 of those will be re-elects from teachers who were on limited contract last year. We think there'll be about 250 or so teacher retirees in that number, and then some attrition. But the accelerating that contract timeline has been tremendously useful in our improved hiring updates. Let me name Mr. Kevin Kiger, our director, or executive director of employment, my right-hand man in HR. I have to sometimes tell Mr. Kiger I want to do certain things and accelerate things, and he resists the urge to grab his chest and always does a great job with that. Along with that, in improving our hiring and our recruiting efforts, we hired Tyler Gwynn. Tyler Gwynn, you may recall, was the district's Teacher of the Year a couple years ago from Allatoona High School. Tyler was hired to be our new recruiting supervisor, and I gave Tyler the task of get our recruiting process going again. Fix it, do what you need to do. Here are your marching orders. Here are some limitations. Here is a budget, once again, a recruiting budget. Let's get this going. And Tyler has taken that ball and run with it. You see a picture there of one of Tyler's efforts. Most districts, when you go to a recruiting fair, they'll have a table. They'll have a tablecloth that might say whatever the name of the district is, and they'll have some flyers and maybe some candy. When you go to recruiting fair, say at Kennesaw State, you can't help but see the Cobb County booth. We are larger, better, brighter than everyone else there. At the recent Kennesaw State Fair, it was almost embarrassing, almost, that we had at one point, over 50 Kennesaw State teacher candidates lined up to interview at the Cobb County Fair, at the Cobb County booth. You have the large, very well-lit backdrop that you see there, and then you see half a dozen tablets on stands, and we have trained recruiters behind each one of those tablets, and we can interview 6 candidates at one time in this process. The candidates walk up, and then each recruiter, Tyler has trained over 60 recruiters, typically master teachers or assistant principals. We've given them standardized lengthy training, shown them videos of good and bad responses from candidates, and we've trained them in something called QPES, QPES, Quick Pick Evaluation System. So that when a candidate walks up, it's almost like speed dating, when a candidate walks up to that tablet, the trained recruiter asks them a series, as they're getting to know them, of 5 questions to try to gauge how they would be as a candidate. And they rate them from 1 to 5, so they get a total score of 25. To date, this school year, we've already interviewed and evaluated 1,500 teachers on that QPES system. It's pretty rigorous. Only 25 candidates have scored a perfect score, so it's just over 1% have scored a perfect score. Then that goes in the computer, so if a principal wants to screen for QPES scores, they can see how a specific candidate or ranked candidates for their position have done. So it lets them know that a set of trained eyes have actually seen that person. We've also started going aggressively to recruit at other locations. We used to not go for a period of years to any locations, maybe except 1 or 2 local job fairs at KSU. By the time everything's said and done this year, we will have been to over 20 locations throughout the region. And we've also, Tyler has done a number of interviews in the media touting the district. Yesterday, he did a lengthy interview on the local Atlanta NPR station that was excellent, touting Cobb. And we've had a couple of people who've said, I heard the interview, I want to come work in Cobb. So Tyler's done a tremendous job improving our recruiting efforts. Job fairs, for a while we didn't have job fairs. Last year we had 1, and we had over 1,300 people come to that job fair. That was the first job fair in 5 or so years. This year we split it, we had 2. Just before spring break. We were hiring at those job fairs. So if you were an AP physics teacher and you walked up and did a good job at the interview and a principal wanted you, they could walk over and say, hey, I really want Dr. Ewing to be my AP physics teacher. Can he sign a contract? We had contracts right there, and you could hire him on the spot. We did hire some high school folks on the spot. We had over 1,600 people attend the combination of those job fairs, which is up even from 1,300 last year. Give a shout out to Mr. Scammahorn, who attended both of our job fairs, and Mr. Wheeler, who attended the one at Hillgrove. But those were terrific events, very well received, very well publicized. And next year, I'd like to break 2,000. So we'll keep having those. We may yet, if the need arises, have a 3rd job fair if the need is still there, and we can put that together. I've always said, somewhat half-jokingly, if you want to accuse me of anything, accuse me of being too aggressive in recruiting and retention. And then last but not least, we've made improvements into the process once someone is offered a contract. Starting with this school year, all the new hires do their contracts electronically, and we do electronic onboarding. So gone are the days of having to fill out 20 pages of benefits and onboarding paperwork and then sit through a somewhat lengthy paperwork session. Now you do the vast majority of that online and then come in just for your fingerprinting. And you can even sign your contract electronically. Next year, we hope to roll that out, electronic contracting, to our existing contract renewals. So the hiring is going extremely well. It's much improved from prior years. And we think that by being the first and being the early birds, we're able to get the best folks for our students. And I'm available for any questions.
Let me add on to that just real quick, too. John has done a tremendous job at reinstating the recruiting personnel. Tyler is just, hitting on all 8 cylinders, unless it was V10, and it would be all 10 cylinders. But this doesn't happen by accident. And also Kevin Kiger does a tremendous job as being John's right-hand man. Somebody might have done 2 jobs in your role before. I'm just saying. I'm not sure who that might be. But anyway, it doesn't happen by accident. And what I want to draw attention to is it's working perfectly, because what we did was, and it kind of goes back to the one team, one goal student success. When we get that vision in place, it's not something we just put on a business card and hand out. It's not something we just put on a poster to hang up. That's what we live. And then the next step is, okay, what are our priorities as a district? Our second, or one of our 3 priorities is to make Cobb the best place to teach, lead, and learn. When we came up with that priority, it wasn't just to put on the piece of paper so that we can check off we've created priorities. We created the priority and then determined what are we going to do to meet it. And so John, that's what executive cabinet is charged with. John took the HR part of that and said, okay, how are we going to make Cobb the best place to teach, lead, and learn? Reinstating recruitment. You can see from the picture that it's very impressive. Perception is reality. First impressions are important, not just for the interviewee, but for the district that's being represented at the job fair. Whether it be our job fair that we're putting on, or whether we go to a recruiting location, whether it be KSU or whether it be any other college or university. We're trying to get the best talent coming out of the colleges and universities. And remember, the number of students enrolling in education in college and universities has dropped 21%. Okay? You know the stat for teachers leaving after the first 5 years. We have a serious situation in which, if we want to make Cobb the best place to teach, lead, and learn, it's a serious effort that we have to undertake to make sure that we're recruiting, not just recruiting, but also retaining. And part of that retention will be addressed in the budget as we get to that in today's presentation as well. But I just want to say to the board, you should feel very confident in the way that things are working, because it's not just you develop a policy and keep your fingers crossed and hope things are going to work out well. You're seeing the fruits of your labor through the policy, through the people we have put in place and the charges that you have placed upon us in our priorities, in our vision, in our mission, that we take it seriously, and that's what we're doing. So congratulations to John and all of HR on one half of his job that he does very well. But it's just, I can't say enough about us getting back to where Cobb once was, which was the place where everybody wanted to come to work.
And I want to add too, Mr. Adams, that even out in the schools, HR has one of the best reputations. You always hear really positive things about the HR department, and that says a lot about the way you serve our schools, so thank you. Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, you stated that you're going to take about 10 minutes to make your presentation. You actually did it in 9. My question is, can you give us a status and update on our AP gifted and AC classes, and our, do we have the personnel to meet those class needs?
Those are tougher to find. Yes, the answer is yes, we will get them. But it's tougher to find. Mr. Ragsdale pointed out that we are facing a general looming teacher shortage, and it's more acute in certain areas. If you're an AP physics teacher or can teach AP physics, then there might be 2 or 3 of those in the state. I think typically every year they produce about 2 or 3 physics teachers in the state of Georgia. So we have to look elsewhere to do that. But can we find those people? Yes, but we have to be more aggressive in doing that, and we have to be a little more creative. That's where our IE squared flexibility will come into play, because it'll allow us to hire people who may be from a non-traditional background, but who can teach those classes. But yes, sir, we can get those, but they're more difficult.
Okay, can you expand on our STEM programs, on the personnel? Are we getting STEM qualified teachers for STEM has always been a difficult situation. Is that improving, and what's our status now on getting people in those positions?
STEM is hot right now in a lot of districts, so there's even more competition for teachers who can do that. It's tougher, of course, at the elementary level, because you just don't have folks at elementary who have a science background. If you major in elementary ed, you may have one science class as an undergrad, so you're having to kind of do some retrofitting of those individuals. But it is more competitive for STEM. It's always been competitive, obviously, for SLPs, special ed, science, and math, but with the increased nationwide and Georgia effort on STEM, it is more difficult than it has been in the past. We'll get them, but we are competing with other districts. And unfortunately, one of the great things about education is we have a great retirement system with TRS, but it's standardized. So I can't say, come to Cobb, we've got a great retirement, because it's the same through the state of Georgia, and God willing will remain that way. But beyond that, and state health also is a great system, but that's standardized. So there's ways you recruit people. You either do it through pay, benefits, or working conditions. Pay in Cobb, we can tout, because we've made tremendous gains through the wisdom of the board in increasing pay relative to other districts. We are second in the state of Georgia for a master's degree teacher with 10 years of experience. We're third in the state of Georgia for a specialist degree teacher with 20 years of experience. So we are perfectly positioned at that highly effective mid-career tier. So we're well positioned in pay. Starting pay is competitive. Starting pay for a teacher in Cobb County is $41,330, which is competitive. I'd like to ideally see that a little higher, but it's competitive. Benefits are good, but they're largely standardized. Dental is customized. So the other way that you recruit them is say, come to Cobb. It's a great place to teach, lead, and learn.
One final question. Are we, under IE2, we have a lot of flexibility on hiring and who we can hire. Are we restricting ourselves just to certified teachers for, say, in the STEM programs or specialized subjects that doesn't necessarily require a certified teacher, but from say a person that's retired from engineering, highly qualified, wants to teach? Do we restrict that person from doing that?
No, we have a lot more flexibility than we used to under IE squared. Now, our standard will still always be that since they're out there in sufficient numbers, we will always still look to find traditionally certified teachers. But for some of the high priority or hard to staff areas, IE squared does give us that flexibility. We still want to always make sure that someone can demonstrate competence and knowledge in their subject matter. So if, for example, you might have a degree in physics or you're an engineer and you want to teach science or math with us, even though you don't have education classes per se, we still want to make sure you can pass the GACE in the subject areas so that we can know that you can demonstrate competency in that area. Give you a practical, real-life example of some of the flexibility we can have. I recently spoke to a veterinarian who wants to come back and teach middle or high school science. God bless her, she actually wants to teach middle school. This is someone who would not necessarily be traditionally certified, but obviously could teach biology and would have tremendous insights that resonate with students and could do some really interesting things that a traditionally certified teacher couldn't teach. And that person's in our pipeline. You pointed to the real-life example of maybe an engineer who wants to come back and teach science and math. I've talked to a number of engineers who have retired from locations, some of them just down the street, that would be interested in coming back to teach science and math. So IE squared does give us the flexibility to do exactly what you've described, and we are nimble enough to do that while still ensuring quality and making sure that there's minimal competence in the subject area.
Thank you. Mr. Skimhorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Superintendent and Mr. Adams, I just wanted to briefly say congratulations on the job fairs. And they were going smoothly, and in our conversations, you're already proactively working to improve them next year. And I also would like to commend the principals and the administrative staff at all of them, all the way from K through 12, because they weren't just sitting behind the tables waiting on the next person. They were out in the lines. They were actively conversing with those applicants and the people that just had questions. A couple of people came up to me and they said, one gentleman particularly said, I don't have my teaching certificate yet, but I heard about Cobb, and I wanted to come and see what it was all about, and he was talking to some principals. And I'll just sum it up to say this. You and your staff are not in the paper-pushing business, and you've proven that. You're in the people business, and it's evident every time I go out and just observe what you and your staff's doing. So outstanding, and I look for better things even. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chastain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, it just so happens, I guess it was yesterday morning, I found the WABE website that says Cobb Schools Recruiter on Challenge of Keeping Good Teachers. And you can go to the website. There's 4 minutes and 20 seconds that Tyler Gwynn did that got on the air. I haven't listened to the 20-minute interview. You'd like that, Mr. Banks. And, but anyway, I did listen to the part that was on the air, and what impressed me was that he talked about the criteria for retaining teachers or recruiting teachers, but he used the word passion, that if he can recruit a young teacher with the passion, Cobb County can help supplement the rest. And listening to that, I was thinking, we have so many teachers, I think they still have the passion, and now they're starting to feel it again because we're trying to move some of these other things out of the way. And number two, and then I'll stop, is, and I don't think I've mentioned this before, but about a year ago, when I first got on the board, someone approached me and said, I just want to tell you a quick story. His daughter teaches in one of our Cobb County schools, and she had put some feelers out and made an application to a neighboring school system, and the offer came back with more money and probably would have been closer to home. But when the person was really thinking about making the decision, the morale and the socialization of the school where she worked was enough to decline the offer and stay in Cobb. And I think those are the kind of stories we hope to hear more of. Thank you, Mr. Adams, for all you and your team are doing.
Yes.
Any other? Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, I'll join in with everybody on commending you and the HR group. I saw them in action, and it's a first-class operation. I met last week with a neighboring board potential, and we were talking about issues that face school boards, and that's one of the things is hiring and bringing in quality people. And the things that you are doing are not just outstanding, but that's the first step of the face of the district that they see. And you guys are doing things that others aren't, and as a result, it's a success, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Adams. Mr. Morgan. Oh, Mr. Sweeney. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you all doing a fantastic job. The one question I have is there seems to, if you just talk in generality, it seems to be that there's a little bit of a shrinking labor pool as far as teaching professionals are concerned. And also, are we seeing that we're losing any educators to other businesses as the economy rebounds?
Yeah, and the first part of the question comes down ultimately to what the business folks would call supply chain management. We are looking at a reduced number, Mr. Ragsdale cited the 21% figure of people who are in the pipeline to eventually become teachers. That is more acute in certain fields. The top paying graduate major for undergrads last year was petroleum engineering, closely followed by geology with the recent boom in fracking and oil fields. So that's taken a lot of folks away who might otherwise have been science teachers. So we are seeing more competition for those positions. At one point, there were about 60 qualified regular ed elementary applicants for every regular ed position in Cobb. That number is probably at about 30 to 1 now. Still in our favor, but has diminished. So we are seeing shortages. We are seeing some teachers who leave the profession. That's always happened. There's always, it's kind of almost the reverse of what you might expect. When the economy gets worse, people are more likely not to make decisions, leave certainty, and go into other fields, things like that. But when the economy gets better, spouses might get transferred, so people move for geographic reasons, or they have other opportunities in the corporate world, or if they have a STEM background in the private sector in some form. So we are seeing some of that also. but we think that we can counteract that. Obviously, we can't pay someone as much to teach chemistry as they could make at Dow Chemical working in the chemistry lab. But we can offer them some benefits that they'll never get working in the labs. The beakers don't smile back at you and tell them that you've changed their life or name you in their valedictorian speech. So we can offer that. And we can also try to make Cobb an even more attractive place than neighboring districts.
And the reason I want to bring that up is that with the ongoing, I would say, challenges that public education financing has, one of the things that we're seeing is not necessarily more money going into education, we're seeing a reallocation of the dollars that are going into education. And with the most recent rework on the QBE formula, Cobb County is getting substantially less on a percentage increase than most any other district within the state. And I bring that forward is that we're still in a position where we're, I think, at least 1,000 teaching positions shy of the ratios where we were in 2008 and 2009, and the economic threat that we're actually seeing with the rework of the quality basic education formula is something that we really, really need to take a prudent look at and a very, very close watch at, because it's going to make it harder and harder for Cobb to compete to retain those teachers or get those teachers here, because we're going to be hard pressed to, match the salaries that some of these other districts are going to do relative to the greater percentage increase that they will see. So it's something for this board to take into consideration, and also for people within this community in the broader sense to make sure that they bring forth that perspective to our legislators, talking about our state representatives and our state senators, so that they are aware that the support for the current program as it is, and I know it's going to be tweaked and that kind of stuff, but currently Cobb County will get substantially less on a percentage increase basis than other school systems throughout the state of Georgia. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan?
Thank you. Excellent job. And I'm not just saying that. Excellent job. Question I have is, my superintendent mentioned a V10. Isn't that what you said? Yeah, V10, right. Is there another level? Is it something else that can be added? It's a V12, not V12, you got one? You got one? Okay. But there's nothing wrong with sustained excellence and say, yeah, this is what it looks like, and as long as we do well in these 5 areas. Or is there something else that you see like, man, if we could just add that or this, anything like that that exists that you think might aid, in what we're currently doing?
Yeah, it's all about continuous improvement, so there's always room to be better. We used to be good. I'd say we're very good, but we're not great yet at the hiring and recruiting piece, but we're going to get there. To answer your question directly, if I had a money tree and could shake it, I'd love to be able to give focused retention bonuses to retain our top performing teachers. I'd love to be able to offer hiring and signing bonuses. Clayton County recently committed $23 million for a district the size of Clayton. That's a significant chunk of money. Up to $12,000 for high-priority teachers in hard-to-fill schools for recruiting and retention bonuses. I don't know that that's an economic.
But it's still better at Cobb.
Yes. No, you don't want to work in Clayton County. Cobb's better. That's exactly right. But we are having, as Mr. Sweeney so eloquently described, we are competing with other districts. And ultimately, to paraphrase Mr. Wheeler, Mr. Wheeler says that we give our kids the best education we can afford. We have to be able to hire the best teachers that we can afford. And this board has done a fantastic job of stepping up to the plate monetarily to equip our HR department to go out and be competitive in salary, benefits, et cetera. But that's something that requires constant vigilance. So thank you.
Mr. Banks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, how do we determine what kind of teachers we need in the classrooms based on the statement you made earlier, the candidate pool is shrinking, but our needs in the communities and our workforces are changing also. So how do we determine what we should be focused on as far as education?
And here's a radical concept we ask the principals. The principals are the ones who really do the hiring. HR does the recruiting, the screening, the paperwork piece, but it's the principal who determines who is the best fit for their specific vacancy at their school. So before we undertook this improved recruiting effort, particularly the QP's evaluation system, we got together a focus group of principals, all areas, all levels, all types of schools, and said, what do you want to see in a really good candidate? Someone mentioned passion. Passion was one of the top things. Also, the ability to really engage a student. You have to know your content area, but if you're not passionate about social studies, as much as you might know about social studies, the kids aren't going to listen or be authentically engaged. So passion, the ability to engage students, the ability to deal with adversity. But we asked the principals, and they identified those 5 traits that are in the QP system. And then we came up with a rubric with the principals to quantify how that might look in an interview. And so the QP system is kind of a very abbreviated version of what the principals told us they would look for in those lengthier school interviews.
Since our candidate pool is shrinking, does the HR department do a bell curve analysis of, say, the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years of our attrition rates and our retirement rates? I don't know whether we have a large portion of our teachers or employees that are near retirement age, or do we have a very young type of employee, the majority? Or are we in the middle? So does the HR department do an analysis of, projections of what turnovers and what our losses and what our needs are as far as, in a bell-top situation?
We do. We look, first of all, we always look at turnover, and we look at turnover by school. Part of looking at a principal's effectiveness, one of the many data points, would be looking at turnover at a school or requested turnover at a school relative to other similar schools. So we look at that on a school-by-school basis, and then we look at it district-wide. Typically, and it depends on the year, you see 6 to 10%, somewhere in that range, of attrition among your teachers. And the attrition actually tends to go up when the economy improves. We've seen a little bit of a reduction relative to last year in retirement-based attrition, I think because the pay is better and people want to stick around longer and the pay and working conditions are better. But we do look at that. We also, one of the things that we're going to do longitudinally going forward, we're going to see of the 1,500 QP's evaluated candidates, we're going to see who gets hired. The ones with the really good scores, hopefully the ones who will get hired. And we're going to track longitudinally, correlate their effectiveness in relation to their TEKS and LEAKS evaluation, and see, hopefully we'll see that the folks who have scored the highest on our QP's interview system will also end up scoring the highest in their evaluations. And if not, then we'll tweak the system. But we're going to use data not only to make decisions, but to tweak those decisions going forward.
You answered part of my question, but in the long run, say 15, 20 years from now, what does the picture look like as far as our needs?
I think
Do y'all do that?
Well, it's very, very hard to look at hard data 20 years from now. If I was that good at forecasting 20 years from now, I'd probably be running a hedge fund. But we do have to look at that. I would say 20 years from now, a lot of that's going to depend on what happens in public education. There's an ancient Chinese curse that says, may you live in interesting times. And we, in some ways, live in an interesting time in public education. As Mr. Ragsdale has said, public education in many ways is under attack. If that trend continues unabated, I think it's a bleaker picture. And that will obviously affect our ability to hire and retain good teachers. If that trend is reversed and we can convince people once again to look at education as a reasonably well compensated and noble profession, then I think the picture is better. But there's a lot of variables at play over the next 15 to 20 years. So I really can't tell you exactly what it's going to look like in 15 to 20 years, but we do a forecast, but typically it's 5 years out or less.
Okay, but you could by age group, and probabilities as far as the past experience as far as what happens over a 5-year, a teacher starts from day one and 5 years, are they still there? Then the probability is they're gonna make 20 years and so forth. So you can look at those kind of probabilities and come up with a intelligent projection of what the expectations are in 15, 20 years from now.
Typically, if they're going to leave the profession, they typically do so in the first 5 years. And if they're going to change districts, they typically would do so in the first 10 to 15. You get past 15 years with a district and people are settled in, they like where they work, they've made a commitment, they often will have moved to a school closer to their residence so their commute is smaller. And even if a neighboring district might dangle a couple $1,000s more, they're not as likely to change. So if we can get them and keep them the first 5, that's a really good prognosis. And if we can keep them the first 15, then I think we have them until their next call is with TRS.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ragsdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And John alluded to what I was wanting to say even before he started talking. But, it is interesting times that we find ourselves in. And I have talked about some of the things that we have that are tremendous recruiting tools. TRS is probably the biggest recruiting tool for anybody to come into education, and followed very closely by benefits. And I think there is a very fine line that we are seeing right now, and unfortunately, I think the pendulum is on the wrong side of that line. Nobody is saying that we don't want to hold our teachers and our administrators and all of our staff members accountable. We want to have the best that we can absolutely have, and want to make sure that we know that we have the best that we can have. But when an evaluation system is put into place that puts the amount of stress, and I don't mean just mental stress, but stress on a school district in the method of having to administer over 350,000 assessments for the sole purpose of evaluating a teacher's performance, I think we've missed the mark. Just as we were having the discussion about, the board's anticipation about how something is being implemented in the school, the state has to have the anticipation that with the policies and procedures that are in place that are meant to govern school districts and in turn meant to govern teachers and leaders, we can't cut our nose off to spite our face. And that's what's happening right now. Because in the effort, and good intentions probably abound, but in the effort of saying we want to make sure that, we're evaluating the teachers in the classroom and make sure they're doing the job, make sure the principals are doing the job, we are running the best and brightest out of the profession as fast as they can get out. And somebody has to pull the big red switch to say, wait a minute, the ROI is not working anymore. When we put a measure in place that is having a negative impact instead of the positive impact as intended, somebody's got to stand up and speak out and say, we got to change this thing because it's not working. Now, thankfully, Senator Tippins, who we all know is a board member here, is a tremendous advocate for public education. The bill that he dropped and carried unanimously through the Senate and then the House, and then only had 2 votes against it at the end, is a step in the right direction, but it's a step in the right direction that is necessitated because the ship got turned in the opposite direction in which it needed to be traveling. So I say that to say, as much as we are improving the morale in Cobb and we're attracting great talent, the crisis still looms of people coming into the field of education. And so I say that because we need to speak up and speak out when we see something that doesn't necessarily make sense. When, as John alluded to, it seems like that public education is under attack, and more specifically, the specific recruiting tools that we have that are benefits to our employees and to teachers are seemingly just under continuous attack. We have a problem because, FAPE, as we all learned, free and public education, that's the right of every student that comes to a public school district, is to have a free and public education. And when we look at our academic performance in Cobb, we are above the state and national averages on everything that we do. Is every district in that situation? No. But we have to be able to have the fortitude to make sure that we're making the right decisions, and I'm speaking collectively, we, like the entire state, to make sure that we're not damaging the one institution that is producing perhaps the next governor, the next president, the next senators, doctors, lawyers. Everything that is being occupied in business and industry, whether it be education or corporate, is coming out of the education system, whether it be public or private. But when we have such a focus that seems to take a negative connotation against our teachers, hearing stories like Mr. Chastain just shared about somebody staying in Cobb even though they could get more money to go somewhere else, that is just a tremendous accolade for our district. But it's kind of a call to arms, so to speak, because we've got a lot of things coming up, as Mr. Sweeney mentioned, the new formula. If Cobb happens to get less money, God forbid, out of the new formula as we do currently, what will we do? Things like, every district is going to be able to create their own salary scale. Well, that's great and wonderful, but if you don't get any different allocations of money, there's not a whole lot different you can do unless you want to pay somebody less to pay somebody more, which is not the case. So I don't want to get on a soapbox, but I just want to say for everybody, this is for all people that are in education and all parents, that you need to speak up and speak out, and the way we do that in this country is at the polls. So we need to make sure that public education is protected, but more than that is valued, because our teachers are the reasons that we are successful, and they do a tremendous job. Are there employees that need to improve in their performance? That is true for all of us. But throwing the baby out with the bathwater is certainly not the solution to the situation we find ourselves in. So I say that to say we do need to speak up every chance we get and speak out, because just as we talked about SPLOST. SPLOST is a tremendous benefit, and our voters have said that it's a tremendous benefit for our school district for the past 4 SPLOSTs. They have voted to approve that. But Cobb is the best place to teach, lead, and learn. But we also have to be cognizant of there are almost 200 school districts in our state. So we need to make sure that all the school districts, are doing what they need to do to educate our children, our students. But we care about what's going on in Cobb. And so we definitely need to speak up, and we need to speak out. So I would encourage all the board, but also all of our employees, to make their voice heard where it counts. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. It's 10:42 now. We have to break for lunch at 11:30. So what is your pleasure? Do we need a break now, or do you want to trudge on and maybe combine our break with lunch and maybe 11:20? We've got someone saying go forward. Are y'all okay if we continue? All right, we'll work through 11:20 and then we'll break for lunch. All right, thanks. Okay, that brings us to our agenda items. Mr. Ragsdale.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, agenda item number 1 is the monthly item we bring for the authorization of school properties disposal per district administrative rule DO-R.
You want to move that to consent? All right. All in favor of consent, please raise your hand. Okay. Thank you. All right, unanimous. We'll move that one to consent. Next item.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm going to ask Mr. Adams to come forward and bring probably all but the last agenda item for the next few items. Thanks.
Good morning again. Back at this time wearing my Chief Operations Officer hat to bring you some SPLOST items. We'll try to do this as quickly as we can and meet our time deadline. And I think this will be a record for the number of SPLOST items at one board meeting. So we'll try to do it quickly. Agenda item number 2, recommendation for the approval of the Georgia Department of Education Capital Outlay Project closeout for Teasley Elementary School. As y'all are aware, at this stage in the process to receive the remainder of our capital outlay funds, we are required to provide a certificate of resolution to the DOE certifying that all the labor, materials, services, et cetera, for the project's construction have been paid in full and that everything is done. Superintendent's recommending that you adopt a certificate of resolution, have it executed by the superintendent and the board chair, and submit that to the state DOE for final payment of state funds due on this project at Teasley. We believe we're due a remaining balance of, you see the amount there, $43,886 to close out Teasley. And doing this will allow us to be reimbursed for the cost already incurred on this project and to close the file with the DOE.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Without any objection, that one can move to consent? Consent? Okay.
No, I got a question.
Okay, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The $43,000, is that the total reimbursement for Teasley?
No,
Or is
sir,
that-
we've already received, to date, rounding, $395,000. So this will be rounding again, that 44,000, 4386 on top of 395.
And so what percentage of that would that have been of our?
Yeah, the actual
initial-
cost on the project was roughly 15.3 million, so it's a very small percentage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Consent. Okay. No objection? All right. Number 2 will be consent. Number 3.
Number 3, recommendation for authorization to award an RFP for CM at risk, or to award CM at risk for the Campbell High School gym. As you're aware, Campbell High School is scheduled to receive a gym addition, as explained in SPLOST 4. We are at the stage in the process where now we are recommending that you award CM at risk to J.E. Dunn Construction out of Atlanta, Georgia. We had 5 proposals. For this proposal, we're recommending you give it to J.E. Dunn so that we could proceed with further design of this project with the appointed CM at risk, working with the architect on this project to get further down that road. And awarding the contract at this time will allow the project to remain on schedule, estimated substantial completion date of July 2017.
Thank you. Do we have agreement to move that to discussion? Anyone opposed? Okay. Add to the discussion agenda.
Agenda item number 4, recommendation to award a contract for gym renovation, this time renovation, at Griffin Middle School. Also in accordance with SPLOST 4, Griffin Middle School scheduled to receive renovation. You have some of the details on that on the attached facility summary. Very, very briefly, renovation consists of flooring replacement, interior and exterior painting, replacement of gym electrical, some gym remodeling, painting, graphics, and ceiling tires, basically a pretty comprehensive renovation of the gym. We're recommending you award this to Shara Contracting out of Mableton, Georgia, and authorize the superintendent to execute the contract. You see the cost there at $1.37 million, 1.37 and 500. They're as budgeted in SPLOST 4, and awarding the contract at this time will allow us to remain on schedule with a substantial completion date of July 18th, 2016.
Great news. Discussion? Mr. Banks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the facility summary of approved projects, I noticed here where we're talking about it, that Griffin replacing the carpet. Are we going to actually replace carpet, or are we going to replace it with tile?
In flooring replacement, we're going to place tile in the classrooms, install that CPA sport court, refinish the gym floor, and then in other locations where appropriate, replace the carpet. But there's going to be some tile in the classrooms and then carpet in some other areas.
Isn't tile getting to be carpet, isn't that getting to be a problem and an additional cost as far as, longevity and,
I thought we were doing the carpet tiles so that those can be replaced as they need to be.
okay, you're talking about, all right, that's what you're talking about, okay.
Is that right?
All right.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam
All
Chair.
right, thanks. Okay. Any objection to discussion agenda? Discussion? Everyone? Okay. Our next item, Mr. Adams.
Item 5, recommendation to approve an endowment-funded change order to Swafford Construction for an ongoing project at McEachern High School, in this case for the gym. The very short version on this is that the McEachern Endowment Fund has requested that we authorize them to proceed with a change order on the Loving Good Gymnasium reconfiguration. This is the gym at McEachern. It just happens to be named after the Loving Good family, so this is the McEachern Gym. We're already doing work out there in accordance with SPLOST 4 as previously approved by the board as part of an extensive project at McEachern. The part that we are doing in accordance with SPLOST 4 is new ceilings, light fixtures, HVAC changes, and some changes to the locker room. Put very succinctly, the endowment fund would like to do some upgrades and increases to those areas while we're out there already using the same contractor. They want to essentially add on some features to locker rooms, offices, meeting rooms, hospitality, training, storage rooms, extras, if you will. The cost of this, which would be completely borne by the endowment fund, would be the cost you see listed there, $1.257 million, but that is not coming out of CCSD's funds. This is funded strictly by the endowment fund. This just gives us authorization to allow them to pay for this change order. Authorizing it would allow, in conjunction with our SPLOST 4 summer project, to have a completion date by fall of 2016.
Everyone agree to move it to consent? Okay. All right. Number 6.
Number 6, recommendation for approval to award a contract for gym renovation along with theater lighting and sound replacement and some other athletic upgrades at Pebblebrook High School. Also, once again, in accordance with SPLOST 4, PHS is scheduled to receive a gym renovation along with some theater lighting and sound replacement and athletic upgrades. You have the attached facility summary if you want more detail on that. As you know, it's more cost-effective to do some of these items that are on the approved summary list while we're out there at the same time. We're recommending that the contract be awarded to Swafford Construction out of Austell, Georgia, and that you authorize the superintendent to execute the contract this time. The cost to be $2.488 million as budgeted in SPLOST 4. I'll note that that's actually right at the planning estimate and a little bit below the architect estimate, which is good news. This is, for those of you who may have served at Pebblebrook, this is the Morgan Gym that will be renovating, but a pretty extensive renovation. And awarding the contract at this time will allow the project to remain on schedule with a scheduled substantial completion date of July 18th, 2016.
Okay. Discussion agenda? Everyone? Okay. Next item.
Item number 7, recommendation for approval of a guaranteed maximum price, GMP, for Pope High School for their gym and performing arts center, theater, if you will, gym theater at Pope High School. Also in accordance with SPLOST 4, Pope is scheduled to receive additions and renovations as described on the attached facility summary. The board has previously approved CM at risk, in this case, winter construction. For this project, we are now bringing you the only GMP. This will be one GMP for this project for the $23.869 million recommended award. You see the exact dollar amount listed there. We're recommending that you authorize the superintendent to execute the contract with Winter Construction for that GMP as budgeted in SPLOST 4, and thus allow the project to remain on schedule with the scheduled substantial completion date of September 2017.
Okay, any objection to discussion agenda? Okay. Number
8, recommendation to approve an award of a contract for track resurfacing. We're going to actually have 3 of these, so I'll cover these very briefly. All 3 of these.
Just go ahead and cover all 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All 3 of these would be track resurfacing at a variety of high schools. This first one covers Campbell, Osborne, and South Cobb. The second one would cover Hillgrove and Kennesaw Mountain. And then the third and final of the 3 in the series would cover Kell High School, Lassiter High School, and Sprayberry. We split these up into 3 separate items because we were concerned that one company couldn't do it all at one time. These are temperature sensitive, and we need to do these in the late spring, summer, when the temperature is right to do this so that you avoid any kind of adverse effect with cracking. The first one, the one for Campbell, Osborne, and South Cobb, we're recommending go to Baseline Sports, and the amount you see there, $795,000, the exact amount there, as budgeted in SPLOST 4. The second one, for Hillgrove and Kennesaw Mountain, we're recommending be awarded to Deluxe Athletics with the recommended amount of $606,000, and the exact amount there as budgeted in SPLOST 4. And the third and final one, which would be agenda item number 10, covering Kell, Lassiter, and Sprayberry, recommending also be awarded to Deluxe for the amount you see there, $840,000, with the exact amount as budgeted in SPLOST 4. Allowing all 3 of these to proceed as described at this time, approve the contract will let us have remain on schedule with a scheduled substantial completion date of August 1st, 2016. So we'll get these done over the summer in time for the fall.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, I'm kind of curious, looking at these. Number 8 is Campbell, Osborne, and South Cobb. That's Baseline, and they're basically doing tracks at $133,000 a piece.
For Campbell, Osborne, and South Cobb?
Whereas the number 9 is Hillgrove, Kennesaw, and they're up to $150,000 a piece. And then number 10, Kell, Lassiter, and Sprayberry is $140,000. The same company is doing 9 and 10, and I'm thinking maybe because they're going to do 3 instead of 2, you can get a reduced rate. But the that first bunch from Baseline, that's quite a bit less money, it seems like. Did we get the same bidders on all 3 of these accounts? Is it different? I mean, I kind of figured that these tracks might be all the same size or scope, or is it different materials? Why? That's kind of curious, the difference in pricing on these.
The question, why does it cost more to do one track at one school than another? We had, I'm going to answer your first question. We had three people on the first one that bid, and then there were 3 on the second. There was some variation between who bid between the first and the second, and then we had 3 bidders on the third one, and there was a little bit of variation there too. So to answer your question, whether the exact same people bidding each one, no. Your question as to why it costs a different amount to do a different track, and typically it's going to vary within about a $40,000 to $80,000 range. Typically it costs between about $240 to $340 to do a track. Now, they're all 6-lane tracks. They all have the same spec, if you will, the same size track. Principals will be able to customize their color choice. I think probably for the first time, Cobb has allowed that. So at no additional expense, Campbell would be able to hypothetically go with a blue track. Osborne could go with a red. But the cost difference is based on the location of the track. Some tracks are more difficult to get to and more difficult to resurface because of where the track is located at the school. It might be hemmed up against the football field, while the other one has more space. There might be more space around the track in which to work, so it would be cheaper to be able to go do that. They wouldn't have to maybe take out a fence or replace a fence to fix that. But it's the site location that determines the variation in the cost. It's the same spec, same lanes, same comparable material, et cetera. But there is some deviation based on how hard it is to do logistically.
Yes, Mr. Wheeler.
Is Baseline, I don't know who our regular track person is. I mean, are they, is this their first time, or Deluxe, did Deluxe not bid on number 8?
I couldn't tell you the details of specifically why Deluxe might have gotten one and Baseline got another. They were all determined based on cost and non-cost factors, and all the vendors have done extensive track work, some in Cobb, and all of that was factored in. So it's based on both cost and non-cost factors, but they're all, anyone who made the cut to even get that far in the process to be considered to receive the award, we're confident that they have done excellent work in the past and can do excellent work for us.
Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, isn't Deluxe Athletics the same company that put in our artificial turf?
I think you're correct in that, Mr. Banks, but I'd have to research that to give you a definitive answer.
If it is, then they're familiar already with our fields and their needs, so that may have been a factor.
And I'm not, by design, involved in that process, so I can't tell you the details of those discussions, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to be involved in that process. But they are out of Marietta, Georgia, so they're familiar with Cobb and have done work with us before.
There have been discussions about the number of lanes in a track. I understand if you go to 8 lanes, you can do regional events. Are some of these schools in a position where they can actually have 8 lanes rather than 6?
Unfortunately, no. You are correct. 8 lanes would be ideal because 8 lanes allows you to have regional events. McEachern, for example, has paid extra for their track and extra for the material. Their track is something called Mondo track, which is some super duper track component. Our standard spec is for the 6 lanes, which suits our educational needs and allows us to host most sorts of competitions, but not regional competitions. McEachern has 8. The problem is that we don't have room at all these schools to retrofit to 8, and then also retrofitting to 8, even if you do have the physical room, would be an increased cost.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And this is a SPLOST item, so you would be changing the scope of that also, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Scamhorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick question to piggyback off Mr. Wheeler and the difference in cost. Of the, I assume we have 16 tracks, did we have to go down into the subsurface to the foundation to rework some of those? And I would suppose that would be a cost effect there.
Site work could be, and you're looking at different tracks that have had different foundations laid over the period of decades, so they're not all standardized. So they've had to look at each one individually based on the location, based on the subsurface, the substrate, the layout, fences, et cetera. There are a lot of variables. It's not as simple as everybody gets a 6-lane track and it's so much per square foot.
Yeah, it's just not, let's take our machine out there and put a 1/4 inch of rubberized or whatever it is, asphalt on it.
I wish it were that easy.
Me too. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other discussion, or, all right, do we have consent to move this to the discussion agenda? Okay, everyone okay with that? All right. All right, number 11.
And last but not least, before our break, number 11, recommendation to approve a board resolution, not a board revolution, a board resolution approving a local facilities plan. Let the record reflect that I'm not advocating the overthrow of the Cobb County School Board. You see next to me 4, if I can use the term, beefy binders. These together represent the local facilities plan. All these collectively is one copy of the entire local facilities plan for 2016 through 2020. As you may be aware, there's a state board rule that requires us as a district to develop and submit a new local facilities plan every 5 years. And this is regardless of any SPLOST endeavor. We're required to do this period by the state. We have to identify, quantify, and prioritize renovations and modifications, new construction to the district that we think we're going to undertake during that 5-year period of study. This is so that they can, first of all, ensure that we are planning, which obviously we are doing and doing extensively, but also so the state can get an idea of the level of capital outlay earnings each district might receive, and so that they can budget over their 5-year period. Our 2016 through 2020 LFP has been reviewed and approved by the DOE and then validated by a facilities survey team made up of representatives from a variety of neighboring school districts that's required by the state board. We can modify it if we need to during that 5-year period. We just submit those modifications to them and get them approved. And they do occasionally also review the population to make sure that our projections are in line. But we're recommending that you adopt the attached resolution, have it executed by the superintendent and the board chair, and then we submit it to the state DOE, approving our local facilities plan, which again has already been approved by the state and the facility survey team. Doing that at this time will allow us to comply with the state BOE rules and maximize our capital outlay entitlement earnings, and then move forward with our FY18 capital outlay application by July of 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adams, is this, these plans going to be presented to the F&T committee for their review?
We'll make them available to F&T. They are extremely lengthy, but we'll make them available to the F&T, and they're a public document that would ultimately be available to anyone. But we'll make them available to the F&T. If any F&T member has difficulty sleeping, then they're welcome to take these home. They're actually literally too big to email or to even put typically on anything but a really, really sizable flash drive. It's a huge document.
Well, you can do part 1, part 2, part 3. But you mentioned demographics. Did you use the demographics that have been presented this year in formulating these projections?
We did. We inventoried existing schools, existing funding. We looked at the demographic study. We looked at FTE historical data. We looked at student projections based on FTE for 5-year periods. We looked at organizational patterns. We looked at the minimum, maximum limits on FTEs for elementary and high. We looked at estimated needs for renovations, additions, modifications, school facilities, construction projects, even have to look at proposed financing, which we're in a good position to do here in Cobb because of SPLOST. But if you look at the actual attached resolution itself, it has a checklist of all the things with which we were required to, at which we were required to look and for which we were required to account. One of those is a checkoff box saying that we did look at projections for FTEs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Adams, I know this is required by the state, but for our purposes, it seems to be kind of putting the cart before the horse that, you know, we have SPLOST notebook to come up with that will incorporate really what we're going to be doing through 2020. So this plan is it does not commit us to anything. Is that correct? It can be adjusted once we make final decisions with our SPLOST notebook.
Yes, ma'am. You are correct. It does not completely overlap with everything we do under SPLOST, because this would be a subset of what we might do under SPLOST in terms of additions, modifications, et cetera, but doesn't capture anything. And we are allowed by the DOE to modify it during the 5-year cycle. If our needs change, then we are allowed to modify that as long as we go through that process. So it is, we are required to do it, but it is not set in stone, so to speak.
Okay. Mr. Scamahorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe you hit the nail on the head. The F&T, really, this is not pertinent, in my opinion, to the F&T committee. The SPLOST notebook would be, which is what you exactly said, as we develop our SPLOST notebook from this. And I would also ask, is there an executive summary to this?
There's not one that you'll want to read, honestly. What we'll do is it'll be available to anyone. This is a public document. We'll put it somewhere on the webpage in case anyone will want to read it. There is a kind of an introductory section, but it's not an executive summary that's going to tell you in 2 or 3 paragraphs a summary of what's going to happen. It's really more of a detailed examination, school by school. If you look at these, you'll see that each of the 112 schools has its own subset chapter, if you will. So it's really geared more towards school by school to make sure we've looked at specific school needs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, if no opposition, that can go on the consent agenda. Okay? All right. Now, if we can play with the agenda a little bit more since we're close, I don't think, Mr. Johnson, we'll start your section after lunch. The only other thing I think we can get off right now would be approval of the agenda. So do we have a motion to approve the agenda? Mr. Morgan makes the motion. Mr. Wheeler seconds. All those in favor? All right, unanimous vote. Mr. Sweeney's not available right now. Everyone else agrees. Okay. Anything else you see that we can do? All right, that brings us to break and lunch. Then we will start that earlier than we had intended, but what?
A point of order?
Yes.
In approving the agenda, do we actually approve the motion for the adoption of the policy, LEBA, whatever it was, LEBA?
Yes, and I assume yes.
That
is the
will be
answer.
part of the
Of the
approved
Yes.
agenda.
Yes, and
Okay.
at this point, the board could also entertain a motion to go into executive session for permitted, I don't know if there's any land items. So we could say personnel and possibly litigation.
Personnel and litigation, then.
I don't think there's litigation, but we better make the motion just in case
Okay,
it comes up.
just in case, okay. All right, so do we have a motion to go into executive session? Mr.
Thank you, Madam
Scamborn?
Chair. I move that we reconvene into executive session for legal and personnel matters.
Great, thank you. Okay, time for returning. Oh, I'm sorry, second. Brad's making a second. Mr. Wheeler made a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Sorry about that, I've just jumped right ahead of it. All right, I'm trying to figure out the time that we need. What time should we say we will reconvene? Huh? 12:30. Do you have much, Mr. Adams?
I can do 12:15. I wouldn't go any lower than that.
We'll shoot for 12:15 then. All right, we will reconvene then. Thank you. Okay, we are back from executive session. Does anyone can we have a motion to reconvene after executive session? Mr. Chastain, Mr. Sweeney seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, unanimous. Thank you. All right. Now that brings us to agenda item number 12. Mr. Ragsdale.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, members of the board. As required by law, I am to present the board with a balanced budget, and this is going to be the first presentation of that budget. I will go ahead and steal some of Mr. Johnson's thunder and hit the elephant in the room, which is the raise. We have, through many meetings and long hours and efforts, thanks to the financial services, we have been able to line up the funds to do a 2.5% across the board raise for all employees. And I will go ahead and say, I think it's one of the biggest compliments and accolades of our district that we had discussions, Grant did, with all of the principals in the district, and they said, you know, this is just another testimony to our vision. Being one team, we had unanimous consent from the principals that every employee should get the same raise, and we should not try to do different types or amounts of raises for different classifications of employees. So that being said, I just greatly appreciate the principals saying that, and again, just another testimony to it's not just our vision, but it's what we live and operate by. I have spoken at length to many groups. I have a teacher advisory group as well, comprised of teachers. And I let them know that, you know, when the governor said that he was going to do a 3% raise, that is based on the state salary schedule. And as just about everybody knows, but I always want to reiterate it for clarity, most metro districts pay above the state salary schedule, so that 3% does not equate to a 3% raise on Cobb County's salary schedule. So we did everything we could to try to get to that 3% number, but 2.5% we felt really good about. We are using some fund balance again for this year's budget. But we feel very comfortable with the budget and confident with the budget that we're presenting to you. And again, there are many items to be covered, but I just wanted to hit the big one because that's what everybody is interested in. So, Brad?
Thanks, sir. Well, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, today's budget presentation marks a continuation of the development of the 2017 Cobb County School District budget. The Financial Services Division has been working on the 2017 budget since October of last year. We have received input from many levels of the organization. Preparing a budget is essentially a prioritization of limited resources, and today we are pleased to present a balanced budget proposal to the board for your consideration. In order to prepare a budget in excess of $1 billion, we have thoughtfully implemented an extremely organized process. And you'll see as we go through some of the documentation today, you'll get an idea of how that works. Much analysis and discussion has taken place up to this point. The district's budget process is a detailed process that compiles literally tens of thousands of accounts into a financial plan for next year, starting July 1, 2016 and ending June 30th, 2017. Financial Services has prepared a very detailed and transparent series of analysis and reports, resulting in a notebook for review by board members, administration, staff, and the community. And following this presentation today, all that information will be loaded to the internet for everybody to see. This notebook is a tangible indication that we have tried to our best to obtain budget information and documentation to make the best revenue and expenditure estimates possible. As you can see here in the boardroom, We've had notebooks here for you to take with you after the board meeting today that shows a tremendous amount of detail. So when you see the numbers today, in the notebook, you'll find backup that backs up those numbers that will be the backup for your overview today. As we proceed through the 2017 budget development process, our budget department will continuously update the budget website with all information presented to the board. Additionally, we have arranged, as in previous years, to have all budget presentations videotaped and available to our Cobb community to see, even if they are unable to see it today. We believe that our budget website is one of the most detailed and complete sets of budget development data really in the entire state, I think, because when you look at other budget websites, you won't find the amount of detail that we have. So we invite you to examine our work there. With that introduction, let me point to the handout you have at your desk today. I know it's a big paper, but I guess the older I get, the blinder I get. So it's on 11 by 17 paper. We have 3 pages to review today, and it includes on page 1 a budget calendar. Page 2, a general fund Metro Atlanta School District expenditure cost comparison. And then finally on page 3, a budget overview that we can talk in a little bit more detail. So let me begin, if you would, and start with page 1 for the budget calendar. Best financial practices demand an organized process for developing a balanced budget, especially one this large. We have on the budget calendar each budget task necessary and in the correct order of implementation. The calendar is presented and organized with rows and columns. Each budget task is presented in a row. And for each task, we list the target completion date, going down the left-hand side, who is responsible for that task, and an appropriate description for each task. As you might remember, we began the budget process back in October, and you'll see that as the first item on the calendar, where we presented the budget forecast. At this time in the budget process, we have very limited information, but in previous years, the board has requested an idea of what we might be facing in the budget and the challenges that we might know about or some estimates, and it can give us a little bit of an idea of what we might be facing. At the board work session on February 10th, you will remember that after the Georgia General Assembly began its legislative session, Financial Services updated the board on the status of public school state of Georgia QBE funding. And we also talked about the steps involved in preparing the budget so you can hear our initial plan. The remainder of the first half of the budget calendar that you're seeing today covers many detailed tasks that are necessary in preparing literally thousands of budget accounts. Each and every account is assigned and reviewed by an administrator of the district. These administrators review their budget reports for accuracy and input, and actually sign off on each report and return it to the budget department. During this time, the budget department is busy analyzing revenue and expenditure appropriation accounts, and their goal is to make informed and accurate estimates as possible for the following year. That brings us to today, and if you look approximately halfway down on April 13th, we are presenting a balanced budget to you today for your review. The budget preparation schedule is tight, where we have scheduled the board to tentatively approve the budget on April 28th, so that the district has sufficient time to prepare budget documents so that the community can review the budget and also advertise the budget in the newspaper on May 3rd. So once we start this process, it's a very tight process. A 2017 budget public forum is scheduled for May 11th to receive public input on the budget. And then finally, down there towards the bottom, you'll see a final budget approval by the board is scheduled for May 19th. At the bottom of the calendar, we have also listed our schedule to conduct public hearings on the Property Value Digest. These dates are specifically scheduled to comply with state of Georgia law to properly receive input on the Property Digest and to officially set the general fund millage rate for the 17 budget. So that's the calendar that we're working under now. If I could ask you to turn to page 2.
and we'll start discussing some details. On this page of the handout, we have included a current cost comparison of expenditures on how Cobb compares with other school districts in Metro Atlanta on a per-student basis. We have listed the school districts across the top in alphabetical order. I might should have listed Cobb first, but at any rate, that's how we organized it. This data represents the latest cost comparison available per actual data from the Georgia Department of Education. So let me take a few minutes and draw some conclusions from this information regarding this data. Please first look at the bottom row, where you will see that the Cobb County School District has a firm control of its costs compared to the other districts. Here you can see that Cobb has the second lowest cost per student expenditure at $7,866. By contrast, Atlanta City Schools expenditures are 64% higher at $12,931 per student. Another comparison to note is our neighboring district to the east, Fulton County Schools expenditures are 12% higher at $8,821 per student. So that kind of gives you an idea of how our budget compares to some of the other districts. Let me take you further into the detail. If you look at the first row where we talk about instructional expenditures per student, in this category, CCSD is the second highest at $5,777 per student. So in this case, it's good to be high. This metric clearly shows that our budget process results in directing a high percentage of the general fund budget to our teachers and the classroom. And the district is proud of this. To put this in perspective, Cobb, which is the second largest school district in Georgia, expenditure per student for instruction in the classroom is 18% higher than Gwinnett County Schools, which is the largest school district in Georgia. So that's a pretty interesting metric, pretty interesting data. Finally, please look at the general administration category, sort of in the middle of the chart. Here's where you can see the data that CCSD only spends $121 per student for general administration. This data point is far lower than most school districts in Georgia and probably the entire country. To put this into perspective on general administrative funding, Atlanta City Schools on general administration spends 324% more than Cobb. DeKalb County Schools spends 40% more than Cobb. Fulton County Schools spends 77% more than Cobb. Gwinnett County Schools spends 63% more than Cobb on general administration. I think this data clearly shows that our school district prioritizes its money towards instruction and the classroom, while at the same time keeping a firm handle on operational support costs. I believe it is constructive, though, for everyone involved in the budget process to know and understand this type of data and how we compare with other districts as we start preparing the budget this year. If you could turn to the third page of our handout, I have a budget overview for your review. In this handout, we present our general fund balanced budget to the board for your initial review. As we have experienced in the past, our budget continues to be tight, where expenditure additions to the budget are not easy. The construction of the budget has resulted in us having to prioritize the most important needs of the system. Before I move through the report, I need to make some big picture comments and present some general FY 2017 budget assumptions and comments that from a financial perspective. And Mr. Ragsdale's already mentioned a few of these, but this will go a little bit more into the details. I have some revenue comments. First of all, property tax revenue has been estimated by the Cobb County tax assessor, and it's only an estimate at this point. We'll finalize the property digest, or the tax assessor's office will, at the end of June. We will not know the final digest until June, and so that's unfortunate because we pass our budget before then. But at this point in time, based on the numbers we've seen and their estimates, we estimate that the school district portion of Cobb Digest growth is 6%, or $19.8 million. A second revenue comment. The state of Georgia Quality Basic Education Revenue, or QBE funding, has increased by $33 million. This increase is a positive development, and it's much better than several years ago, as we all know from how the budgets used to be. But I do have comments that provide extra explanation. This additional funding provides a 3% teacher salary increase on the state salary schedule. And as Mr. Ragsdale already said, because Cobb pays more than the state, the money the state provided equates to only a 2.5% raise on the Cobb salary schedule. Another revenue comment is the state of Georgia further reduced austerity budget reductions, and this is a good thing, from our current cut of $28 million to a continued cut for next year of $10 million. Interestingly enough, the economic downturn is really turned around. So from a financial perspective, we were hoping that the austerity cuts would be completely eliminated. But the austerity cut still remains from the state, and the new cut will be $10 million. So that's something that y'all would need to know. Another comment on revenue is the local fair share. Now, the local fair share is part of the QBE formula, and that says that before the state will give us money for education, they require that we levy at least $5 million of property taxes before they give us their portion of the money. And what they do is when they give us their portion of the money, they deduct that $5 million from what they give us from the state, and then they send us a check every month for 12 months. Interesting to note that because the state in their calculations on QBE do not recognize local property exemptions, that our portion of local fair share is almost 7 mills. It's somewhere between 6 and 7 mills. So that's a detrimental factor to us. Local fair share did rise this year. It went up from 132 million to 136 million. So that's an increase, and you might know we had a legislative priority to cap that at 100 million. I do have some expenditure comments as well. The 2017 budget proposal contains several things, and here's some of the major things. It does contain a full salary step for all eligible employees. It contains a 2.5% raise for all eligible employees. As a note, most school districts that we understand will probably have an employee raise of somewhere between 2 and 3%, some of our Metro Atlanta friends. And as the superintendent has already alluded to continue our one team concept, and I think we've already gotten input from our principals too, that this 2.5% raise was what people wanted, and that was the input we received. The budget also includes an increased cost for health care for employees, classified employees. The budget contains 64 positions for student growth. The budget contains a usage of $10 million in unassigned fund balance. Our current unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2015 was $90.5 million. So we feel that we can comfortably use $10 million, which would bring the unassigned fund balance down to around 80 to 81 million, which would still be in our 1 month reserve category. As our current year quarterly financial reports have clearly indicated, and next month I'll be presenting the latest one for this year, the budget is very tight and there's not much lapse left in the budget. You'll recall that in the first 2 financial reports of the closely monitored as the one-time money compared to recurring sources of revenue is an issue. So we need to really track that carefully.
So now let me move to the report itself and explain these budget line items. We can start at the top line with the current 2016 budget, where we show a revenue budget in the current year of $924 million, and you'll see that at the top of the first column, an expenditure budget of $944 million, and that's the budget that the board approved last year. You'll see some adjustments in the second row, where the board approved during the year on the expenditure side an extra $3 million for extra school support personnel back in August. And you'll also see where the board approved some SPLOST planning money for SPLOST 5 and a land purchase for Clay Harmony Leland. So as you can see how we're doing the budget here, how we're constructing it, we take an incremental approach. So you can see every increase or decrease to revenue and every increase and decrease to expenditures. And that kind of keeps us accountable too, because we can see exactly what's happening to the numbers. Let me talk a little bit first. If you move to the section in yellow, let me talk about some of the revenue adjustments that we're estimating. The first one is we're recognizing additional property tax revenue of $19.8 million as a result of an increasing property digest, estimated, as I previously said, at 6%. Later in June, we'll know the final digest growth, and we'll report back to you. The next line item is the title ad valorem tax, and this is what you would probably recognize as the car tag tax. We're estimating this to go down slightly. This source of revenue has generally been revenue neutral, but the state has some leeway to adjust their percentage of the revenue coming in. So we're going to yield a little bit less revenue this time. But we continue to receive car tag money for existing vehicles, and then when people buy a new car, either a used or new car, they'll pay a title fee. So between the two of them, we've been fairly revenue neutral. And this is a slight adjustment, but I don't view it as that significant yet. The next two lines are state revenue. The total of the $14.8 million and the $18.1 million is the $33 million in additional state money that I was referring to. There is a $14 million increase in QBE formula earnings when you compute our number of students and how much they think we will grow. Alcoholic beverage tax, liquor by the drink tax, interest income, there's a combination of those. And when we analyze each of those revenue accounts, we think that we can increase our estimate by that amount. So that's what we put in the budget. Now, if you look further down in the yellow section, let's move to expenditure changes and talk a little bit about how we constructed those. First of all, when the board approved the SPLOST planning and the land purchase, we backed that out of the expenditures because that was a one-time expenditure that the board had earlier this year. So it's not recurring. The second item, that's $13.5 million, it represents a full salary step for all eligible employees, and it also represents an increase in classified health insurance costs. The next item is salary and position adjustments, is $24.6 million. In this number, we're recognizing a 2.5% salary increase for all employees. We're recognizing the 64 positions to handle student growth, and we're also have a bonus recognition for certified and classified employees of the year. We're still working on a total for that number. Moving down the list, you can see that we've recognized a $1.5 million decrease in fuel cost in the budget because of our experience in the current year. And you all know that fuel costs have declined significantly lately. The next item is miscellaneous expenditures, and we're increasing miscellaneous expenditures by $84,577. This is a net total for a multitude of changes where we've revised our expenditure estimates for things like parking decals, cell tower expenditures, and grant estimates. So that's a small change. And then finally, at the bottom row, we have a charter school expenditure estimate change where we're recognizing $1.3 million more in costs for our charter schools. That increased funding reflects their increased portion because our digest grew and the increased QBE funding, and they get a portion of that per state law. So that brings our budget, our total budgeted revenue to $976 million. Our total budget expenditures at $986 million, and there you can see how we're recognizing that we're going to use $10 million in fund balance at the bottom of the yellow box. Some final comments on the budget. From a pure financial standpoint, our budget status currently and moving forward has improved, moving most school districts in Georgia past the point of continually having to make budget reductions. But make no mistake, as we have described in the preceding years, the state and national economic turnaround has proceeded very slowly, and we're seeing the lagging effect of that slow economic turnaround. For the 2017 budget and beyond, it is our projection that additional incremental state and local funding will continue to be limited. My opinion continues to be that most school districts in Georgia, including Cobb County Schools, have revenue challenges, and I've spoken about this in the past, that make it very difficult to fund existing and additional expenditures in our budget each year. Even more compounding our annual revenue challenge, and I think this has already been elaborated earlier in the board meeting today, compounding our revenue challenges is the State of Georgia Education Reform Commission. They have met this past year, and it appears that K-12 education funding in Georgia might experience a formula change, possibly even next year. We are not certain exactly how these new formulas will be applied exactly. We hope that at least our existing level of funding will continue. We always want an increase in funding. This is a matter for next year, but you all need to be aware of this because this will be a big issue in next year's budget. Madam Chair, this is my initial presentation of the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, very thorough. Comments? I have a question on I've always heard on transportation, I was just looking at and I'm sure we'll have lots of questions, but right now we don't know enough to ask some that we'll probably need to. But transportation, I've always heard that we transport our students who live within a half mile, which creates more transportation costs for us than most other districts, yet we are the lowest by far in transportation here. Is there?
That's just a percentage of the total budget. I will say in transportation, I think the budget's approximately $40 million in total. The state provides about $5 million of that, so they provide a very small portion of that.
But we're still so much below every other district around us. It just surprised me, but, well, okay,
That's just how good we are.
I guess so.
And two, to the credit of our transportation department, Rick Grisham, we have a very high percentage ridership for a district as large as we are. I believe we're over 75% ridership. So to have this comparison of costs is really a tremendous
That was what really surprised me, because like I said, I think we transport more students than any other district, so it really was a surprise, but, okay. Any other comments, Mr. Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, to continue on that subject, we're required by the state to provide this transportation. They provide only a fraction of the funding. And from a percentage standpoint, you kind of highlighted what those dollars are, what they're paying today, and what our total expenses are. But they haven't made any adjustments as far as those in quite some time. I think it was, maybe 15 or 20 years. Is that correct?
It's been pretty consistent for about 20 years,
Yeah.
maybe longer.
And since then, it's a very, very safe thing to say that our transportation costs have gone up. And as a result, we're picking up more and more of that expense. And so my point being is that the more dollars we're taking away or the fewer dollars, the more dollars that we have to contribute to transportation, the more dollars are being taken away from instructional purposes. I want to bring forth one other item since we were talking about SPLOST earlier and the importance of SPLOST is that regardless of whether you have some capital funding mechanism, whether it would be SPLOST or whether it would be a bond referendum or something, a school district will continue to have capital expenditures, whether it's bus replacements, roof replacements, HVAC replacements, not to mention a host of other things, textbooks, technology, and these types of things. And absent a funding mechanism such as SPLOST, absent a mechanism such as a bond referendum, that burden falls entirely on the general fund. And that would further erode dollars that we contribute to education and educational purposes and teaching salaries. Thank you very much.
If I can add on to that too, because I was definitely tracking where you were heading. We do receive some bond money from the state for the purchase of school buses. So there'll be some out there to say, well, you get money from the state for purchase of buses. But it's a very small amount, and I'm getting in dangerous territory because I haven't confirmed these numbers, but I believe out of the over 100 buses we purchased last year, I think 10 of them were paid for by that bond money. So literally 1/10 or 10% of the total bus purchases were made from state monies versus 90% of SPLOST monies.
Brad, could I ask you, on instructional support, what is included in that category?
Instructional support, I think those are things like media.
We have a media category, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure I have those descriptions with me, but counseling, these other types of things that fall into those categories, I believe. I don't know if somebody can help me with that. Do you have that?
And I would
Ms.
only add
Davis.
to that does include our staff development funds that come to the district, as well as interpreters, classroom teachers, and instructional materials fall within those categories.
Okay, so would guidance also fall there, and school nurses, or?
That actually falls in pupil services.
Okay, yeah, okay, right. Okay. All right, thank you. Just another area where we're spending significantly less than other districts, I was noticing, so, okay. Mr. Scamhorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brad, I was looking at dated November 11th. There may be a later one, but unless I'm looking at it wrong, which you're the expert, so I'm asking.
Sure.
It's showing total expenditures of 963 and some change. Okay, and then, and now we're up to 986. And I did hear, I think correctly, that we've added 62 teaching positions or instructional positions?
We added 64 teacher positions for student growth.
64? Okay. I guess my general question is, not to get too far in the weeds because we're not there yet, per your comments, is, okay, the difference is approximately, I think, if my math's right, around 23 million. So, and we got more revenue from our tax digest, right? So in a sentence or two, can you explain the difference, what we're doing?
So you're talking about the difference between the forecast we presented in November and today's numbers. And I think probably the biggest adjustment there is in the forecast, we did not recognize a raise at that point. And that's probably one of the biggest items that are different.
Okay, so if we take the 10 million out of the fund balance, that would almost neutralize that, correct? So, because it's 13 million, and then we're taking out the 10 million to help offset our expenditures, correct?
Yeah, I don't have the forecast in front of me, but the incremental expenditure changes or increases, the major ones are the salary step,
Okay,
the $3 million in increased classified insurance, the raise, the 64 positions that we talked about, the increase in charter school funding. I'd have to list them out for you to reconcile that.
I think too, that's a good point. Let me jump in here for a second. I hate to just keep sitting on this button, but I think it's necessary. The increase, the $3 million increase in classified health insurance, so that's $100 per month per employee of a rate increase. If you recall, last year, it was a total of $5 million. Okay, that's not one-time monies, that's recurring. So now, next year's budget, we've got to account for $8 million, assuming there's no more increases in the classified health insurance, which was a topic of, a very controversial topic that was brought up in that the state wanted to do away totally with classified health insurance. Again, going back to, two of our biggest attractors are benefits, health insurance and the like, and teacher retirement system. So again, even though the kind of the black cloud of, oh my gosh, they want to do away with classified health insurance is not there per se, it still is kind of there behind the curtain because we're paying an additional, to Mr. Sweeney's point about school buses. It's the same thing. $8 million is coming out of the general fund budget. That's another % raise for every employee. But yet we're having to pay $8 million for increased insurance rates for classified health insurance because we're having a big favor for us by them not canceling the health insurance. So, it's like, again, it seems like every time we turn around, there's something coming at us and it's nothing positive, so.
We're hoping, as a comment to that too, an add-on, we're hoping that the classified health insurance increases will stop at a certain point, and it may even stop next year. Because what they were doing is keep raising it to equal what was deducted or was added to the certified health insurance, and I think that it's almost caught up.
And,
Mr. Wheeler?
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, you had not finished.
I had another question. Thank you. May I?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Real quick. On the cost comparison, and I think you said this is based on a percentage, so it may be a little misleading for me, okay? But if you look at media, and we spend 128, and Gwinnett, which is, I consider comparable to us, but even though they have, several more thousand students, but they're only spending 104. Is that basically our learning commons or is that instructional materials that go into the media?
That's learning commons, the media instructional materials that go in there. I'm not sure, does that include salaries? It includes the salaries too for the media specialists.
Well, and I'm not suggesting that, we change that. It caught my eye, how in the world they're getting, $65 million, if I'll say our money, but give or take each year, and yet they're not funding their media.
Well, one thing that's different between us and Gwinnett, I do know, is that they have far less schools. They build bigger schools, or at least
Okay.
they had in the past. So when we have 114 schools, they may have 80, so they have some, I'm not sure what the word is, economies of scale.
But the economy scale goes negative, though, that if I've got 5,000 students coming down to whether it's cafeteria or media center, and I'm understaffing it, that to me doesn't add up, but.
Yeah, I don't know how the Gwinnett's media budget's constructed.
Yeah.
But I assume it's something like that.
I'm curious to see if we could have some appropriate savings. And I do know that our middle schools, some of them don't have 2 media specialists, so I'm not trying to zero in on our labor. I'm just looking at, okay, how are they doing that? That's a considerable less number than the rest of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Scammahorn. Mr. Wheeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brad, on this salary adjustment, it says 2.5 raise for all eligible employees, position adjustments and competitive. Does that cover, like our coaching staff that are on that scale? Is that a 2.5% raise on those positions as well?
The 2.5%
raise is for all permanent employees, not temporary employees. And I think that would fall into permanent, wouldn't it, on those? Yes.
Mr. Sweeney?
I think a point of clarification, are you asking if there's a change in the supplement? Or are you asking, I mean, I think he addressed the question relative to the salaries, but are you asking about supplements?
Well, it says position adjustments and competitive. I'm assuming that's a supplement, and that's, we've got a chart for that, where they get paid for this and that. I was just wondering if that 2.5 was going to be raised on those things as well.
And my understanding is that's a separate category. This is just salaries for full-time staff, so that would be a different category. Okay. And I'm sorry, Mr. Banks, you had a question too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Johnson, I understand that United Healthcare is going to discontinue providing health insurance for Georgia. Do they now provide state employees health insurance, or do you know?
I'm not quite sure what the state's or state health benefit plan will include. John, do you know what it includes this year?
I believe they are one of the current options. I think actually for a while they were the only provider, or was that Blue Cross?
Yeah.
But I believe they're one of the current options. I think we have people on XCAB that are provided by United Healthcare. I don't know what the state's going to do going forward.
Well, that would give me the impression that if they can't make money off the state, then who can? And if somebody comes and replaces them, they're going to increase the cost. They're going to make money. So I can see health costs going up substantially if you eliminate one of the major players, which United Healthcare probably was the major player. Now you're down to some of the, not, I won't say minor, but the second tier providers. I can only see that going up as far as costs concerned, because now your competition is narrowed.
Well, let's go back in time just a little bit so we can clarify. 3 years ago, there were a lot of options. You had Kaiser, you had United Healthcare, you had Blue Cross Blue Shield, you had HRAs, you had PPOs, the whole 9 yards. Then it was kind of not a lot of communication was provided about the move, but it went to 100% Blue Cross Blue Shield. And it also went to 100% Blue Cross Blue Shield HRA, which I'll say this because I was one of them. I'd never been part of an HRA. And so a lot of employees didn't realize what an HRA was, number one, what it meant, number two, as to the change, because most people were in the program of having copays when you went to the doctor. The HRA, as everyone came to find out real quick, is a reimbursable account. So that's when the governor got involved and then reinstituted the copays for the Blue Cross Blue Shield HRAs. You remember you had gold and bronze and silver. Well, then last year, United Healthcare, and there were more options that came about. And I don't know, John, you may not have them off the top of your head, but I don't remember all the options, but there were more options that became available. So this is the first I've heard of United Healthcare backing out. But it stands to reason, that changes would bring about increased rates. But that's not to say we're not trying to not compare it to what I just mentioned about the classified health insurance, because the rates that we're talking about that we're having to cover with the $3 million this year, which equates to $8 million for next year, or for this year total, that is the rate of classified health insurance being passed on to the local districts. So it's not to say that there's not a rate increase for the employees as well, but the rate increase is being passed on to the local districts to balance out, if you will, like Brad was saying, what has been paid by the state versus what has been paid by the district. So on healthcare, now y'all have to help me on the details of this. There is an employee portion of healthcare, but there's also an employer portion of healthcare. So when the rates increase, a lot of times that is passed on to the employee, the insured, and not necessarily the employer. It's not to say that we don't have rate increases, but with rate increases, I want to make sure we know we're talking about two different things here. With the classified health insurance, that's the $3 million. That's a whole different concoction, if you will, about why we're having to pay that versus when the healthcare providers change their rates for the employees.
Right, but somewhere along the line, you know, the equation changes. Right. And so what I'm concerned about is, do we need to start looking at, one of the options is self-insurance, which the Cobb County itself is already doing. So, you know, at some point you have a break-even point, say, okay, it's cheaper or as efficient money-wise to have your own insurance coverage and use a provider for your catastrophic type of insurance, which, you know, may in the long run, say 5 or 10 years from now, may be cheaper for the district as a whole than it would be if we stayed on the current plan and the legislature says, okay, you're going to pay more, you're going to pay $125 next year per employee, and then the next year's $150, then the next year's $175, then $200. So where does it stop? That's the point. I don't see it stopping. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Scammahorn?
This is a curiosity question. The news report I heard was on United Healthcare, maybe they misstated it, and I didn't think to follow up or didn't see the need to, but they were withdrawing from the Affordable Care Act. But the report I heard didn't say anything about them leaving Georgia as far as a competitor. And I was wondering, is there a clarification? Does somebody know that? Because, I mean, we are going out to a lot of people.
I heard the same report to which you refer, Mr. Scammahorn. I had not heard that they were withdrawing from state health. Just for clarification, there are 3 current providers in state health. Blue Cross Blue Shield provides 4 levels, gold, silver, bronze, and an HMO. UHC provides an HMO and a high deductible health care plan. Kaiser provides an HMO. UHC is actually the least expensive option and the most expensive option being the HMO, least being the HDAP. But I had not heard that, but I'll research that. I'd heard what you heard, Mr. Cameron.
And I read what Mr. Banks is talking about, and I would think it was in yesterday's MDJ, but I'm not sure. But I apparently read the same thing you did that said United Healthcare is withdrawing from state health benefit plan.
And I don't know, but
I don't either.
Mr. Adams will inform us.
That's right. Okay. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to cite one more thing. We've got a great example here in this chart that was put together. The one thing that, you know, and until the budget's adopted, obviously, we can't, you know, print this information, but for comparison purposes, I also wanted to cite that we actually, aside from Fulton County, out of those cited here, we do have the lowest millage rate currently, which is excellent. Gwinnett is at 21.85 on their millage rate for 2015, and that includes bond indebtedness. So they have bonds SPLOST, so 1% on the SPLOST, and their millage rate to get to 21.85. DeKalb is at 22.98. We're at 18.9, and Atlanta is at 21.69.
That sounds right.
And Fulton County, despite being slightly lower than us, and they're at 18.502, their tax base is significantly higher, of course, because of the high preponderance of commercial property that they have, high-rise buildings, for example, in the central downtown area, Midtown and Buckhead. But they generate more revenue on a local basis than we do, even though we have a higher millage rate.
And there's an add-on to that comment as well, because while some of the millage rates are higher, and most of them are, our homestead exemption is high, which that further complicates it for us. Gwinnett County, for example, their homestead exemption is 4,000, ours is 10. And that makes a big difference, where they're going to get more money from property taxes because of that.
It does, and even closer to home, and I've cited this before, but the city of Marietta enjoys higher local funding on a per-student basis than we do, despite being within Cobb County, but it has more to do with the commercial property aspects and the higher valuations of property within city of Marietta. So, you know, there's a different level to the funding mechanisms as we look into this, but by and large, you know, it's very, very good to report that Cobb remains one of the lowest tax of all the metro areas.
Mr. Ragsdale.
This just in, hot off the press. The United Healthcare deal, just to clarify this, and normally I wouldn't do this, but since we've had kind of significant conversation on it, it is regarding the exchange, which is the Affordable Care Act. So they are pulling out, now it did say on Georgia State Health Exchange, but it's the exchange, it's not the state health benefit plan, so.
Okay, false alarm. I think also that this, I think Cobb County taxpayers forget what a great deal they're getting for their monies in Cobb. We probably need to make sure that our friends at the MBJ try to educate our people on exactly what kind of situation they have compared to other school districts in the state. All right, is there a motion to put this on our discussion agenda for the next meeting? Or are we all in agreement with that? Okay, all right, it'll be on our discussion agenda. That brings us to the next item, which is to item following, needing action following executive session.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair, members of the board. Before I ask John Adams to bring that, I just want to give a shout out to Brad and the entire financial services team. You know, this is probably their biggest endeavor every year, as well it should be. But there's a lot of time and effort, sweat, blood, and tears that goes into this process. So we appreciate the hard work and professionalism and the high level of professionalism that we experience. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Mr. Superintendent. I've got a great team here.
Yep.
And we all take for granted that we will get ideal information out of you. We never question its authenticity, and we know that you are there preserving our school system, keeping us in good, solid ground. So thank you for that. We appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ragsdale, would you ask Mr. Johnson to recognize his staff that are here present that put this budget together?
Manager is Becky Beck, and our other budget manager is David Baker, and they do a great job, and I just couldn't do this without them. We've got a lot of team members, and so it's one team, it really is. So I appreciate their work.
All right, Mr. Adams, if you will, bring items requiring action following executive session.
Yes, sir, and Mr. Johnson is so good with money that he once drove a car off a used car lot and the price increased in value. Sorry, I couldn't resist. On a serious note, I'm pleased to bring you the Human Resources Personnel Report for April 13, 2016. The administration recommends the approval of the identified employment actions of those individuals listed on the Personnel Action Report and as amended in the addendum, including those listed and discussed in the executive session. We do have one principal level or higher position recommendation. We recommend that you do accept the retirement of Teresa Terry Floyd, principal at Riverside Intermediate School, to be effective July 1st, 2016. And this concludes the personnel report.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a recommendation that we accept the superintendent's personnel action report as presented.
Thank you. Mr. Scammahorn seconds. All those in favor? Right, unanimous. Thank you. All right, with that, we are down to board comments. We already did that. We did that before the break. Yes, so, good. No, but thanks for checking. Okay, board comments. Mr. Scammahorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be real quick. It was Monday, April the 11th. Show everybody and my point being is that we're not, okay. My point with the paper show and tell is that we're not decreasing in population or student body. And we anticipate it's going to continue up. And I think that we need to stay proactive and stay ahead of it, because and Smyrna and Kennesaw are going to be the two fastest growing areas. Second thing, Madam Chair, and final thing is, please, when you see our men and women in blue, shake their hand, buy them lunch, and thank them, because without them, we'd have chaos. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sweeney, nothing. Mr. Banks, you good?
Oh, no, Ms. Banks don't have anything.
You don't have, okay, great. No. Mr. Chastain?
Did you want to say
anything? Mr.
No,
Banks,
no,
you've already missed your turn. I'm sorry, we're down to
passed.
Mr. Chastain now.
All right.
Mr. Chastain?
I want to thank the gracious Mr. Banks. The first thing I'd like to say is that J.J. Daniel Middle School celebrated the 50th anniversary the other week. March 29th, I think, is when we went out there. We had a reception from 5 to 7. Joe Daniel, who just turned 75, Executive VP at Vinings Bank, he was there to acknowledge his relationship with his cousin, Judge Daniel, and to share some stories and talk about him. Former principals were there, former employees. It was a great celebration. Mr. Banks was there, and Mr. Ragsdale spoke, but it was a great time. And at 7 o'clock that evening, to finish off the celebration, the middle school musical theater presented Guys and Dolls Jr. And whether you have kids in our schools or not, I would encourage you to go to, especially elementary schools, go catch one of these performances. A, they sell tickets, they need the money, you're making a contribution. But B, it is just fun. The kids put their heart into it. The adults that work with them did a great job. On April the 1st, I went to Nicholson Elementary for their International Art Day. And this is one of those events which I think several other schools do something similar, where the kids, it's the Friday before spring break, nobody really feels up to doing anything really intense. So at Nicholson, they bring artists of all types and performers in the cafeteria. They had the Atlanta Percussion Trio, and for 3 people to play so many drums and then to involve all the students with tambourines and rhythm instruments, that was a great thing. And finally, this past Saturday over at Kennesaw State University, who does so much to support not just the higher academics in this area, but our schools, they hosted the Peachtree District Qualifier event for the Georgia First Robotics Competition. And this is something we need to talk more about in the future. It's part of teaching STEM. But what's really incredible, when was the last time you had to sign in and put on safety goggles to walk on a gym floor, former coaches? But the KSU Convocation, the Convocation Center becomes a robotics competition, and we have several schools that work through. Kell Robotics team was there, Lassiter Robotics team was there. Walton was not there. They'd already competed, but they're going to regional, I believe, this weekend. And I'm trying to think, and then we have had nonprofits have been created so that several of our schools, where they may not have a robust program on their own, they come together and they're able to compete and learn about science and physics and business plans and that sort of thing. And I had the chance to get down on the floor and watch that, and that was the first time watching it live, and in some ways, I think it's better than hockey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Banks, did you have comments? What's today? Please mark that down. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, Mary Elizabeth Davis, I don't know if anybody else up here did it, but thank you for this token of, thank you so much for this book that you gave us about gratitude. Grateful for your service. Superintendent, did you get us something? I'm just messing with you. Well, thank Mary Elizabeth for this. Also want to thank, as Mr. Adams said, I want to thank Terry Floyd for over 30 years in the district. And she deserves to go out on her own terms in terms of, but in the couple years that she was at Riverside Intermediate, she certainly brought and infused a new energy, expectation, and standard into that school, and I wish her well in retirement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the pleasure of attending PTA out at Hollydale before spring break, and the student chorus and the artwork there were outstanding. Congratulations to Hollydale.
Great, thank you. Mr. Ragsdale.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. As to reiterate what Mr. Morgan said, definitely miss Terry Floyd. She's done a great job at Riverside. Prior to that, she was at Belmont Hills, and just been a tremendous asset to us. Hate to see her go, but wish her well during retirement. Hope everybody had a great spring break, and as the board may or may not be aware, we started the testing, the milestone testing, and I'll leave it at that. We hope all the students are doing well and getting a good breakfast before they come for a day of testing. Thanks.
Thank you. And with that, if there are no objections, we are adjourned. Thank you.